Oh, hello, D-Class. I am here with my friends to tell some scary stories. Uh, and here they are to introduce themselves. Great introducing yourselves, guys.
Everyone's waiting for someone else to go first.
Okay. Hi. Um, I was known as the Dragon Lord 2006, but I got locked out of that account. So now it's the Dragon Lord not 2006, '06. Um, so I'm here. I exist. I'm also on Discord known as Penguin Lesbian. Yay! And my oh, you can't see it on stream, but it's Popcat.
Yeah. Alright.
I also hosted you, right?
Ah, nice. Next.
Hey, I'm Adorna. Uh, I'm just oh, I don't know how to describe myself, so yeah. Dragon, why are you saying F you to Hatchet?
I don't know. I don't have enough points for anything else.
Then save them up.
Yeah.
It's
Anyway.
funny though.
Anyway. Our
Not
final...
really.
Our final person here. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Hatchet.
Hi. I go by many names, but you may call me Hatchet or Snollygoster or Snollygander. Uh, I'm fat. I live in my parents' basement. Currently eating junk food,
That's it.
and I like gay.
That's an interesting description.
Yep. There you.
Wait, you like gay or you like gay?
What's the wait? What?
What?
You like gay or you like gay?
Yeah, what's the difference, Dragon?
So you like gay. Why are you gay?
What?
What?
I am just.
Can we please 1984 the child?
No. Okay.
No, but
My
all you
favorite
have to...
gay in media is Korg.
Anyway, you...
He's a
Now
gay rock.
everyone ready to start?
Define ready.
Alright, mute yourselves.
I'm getting a fucking advertisement for fucking Minions. God help me.
Same. Now that's a true horror story.
Wow.
Fucking disgusting.
Anyway.
I've actually heard that the new movie isn't that. I've heard the new movie isn't that bad.
I have a subscription, fuckers.
I had one, but I lost my account that had the subscription.
I spent all my money on things that I can't talk about with the child here.
What in the living fuck? I don't
worry
want to
about it.
know.
Don't worry
Anyway.
about it.
Enough goofing around. I'm going to be reading Abandoned by Disney. So everyone else, mute. Some of you may have heard that this Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on this place. Yes, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters. And there was even a blame cast on the workers saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. That's where the factual nature of the story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because of foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons are legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story, The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened by other animals. Mowgli's palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned, with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was a concept art. A group of stuffed shirts from Disney Co. actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. Then they showed the concept art in gigantic Indian palace, surrounded by jungle, staffed with men and women in lion cloths and tribal gear. Well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and lion cloths not only in the center of relatively wealth area, but also somewhat xenophobic area of southern USA. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and successfully broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the lane was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came to play, and their opinions turned on a dime. So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in it and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down, and nobody knew what the hell to think. But they were pretty happy about it. Disney loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I live maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so really, I only heard the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who had explored Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about all the crazy shit you found there. Stuff just left behind, things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from all around probably had a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's palace. Plus, there are rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's Palace. Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there's anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly, it took me another year after I first found that Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, or rather, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made my mention of the place that had been succumbed cleaned. Even older, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about that place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about that place. Though that was to be expected since they all had swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there loading their embarrassment, you know. Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find a place. All I had to go on was an old as hell map I received in the mail back in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess since I had been there in the late 80s, that was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I only remembered it months into my research, and even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. But I did find it. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Where would I find Mowgli's?" The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area, mixed with native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous monolithic wooden gates, whose supports to either side look like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal with some random scrap, with hand-painted letters scrawled in black, "Abandoned by Disney." Clearly the handiwork of some past local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not to drive, so grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood unattended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bud-riddled refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris, chopped up past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on the grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of country yard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly toothy grin as bird shit covered whole swaths of its fur and vines snarled its platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti where the original paint had peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen. Above the front doors, or the gaping maw where they had been, someone had once again painted, "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registers, a full-fledged secret society of homeless bums. But no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the molding of the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seemed in any way interesting. The kitchen, as well you imagine, an industrial food prep area with all appliances in space, no expenses spread. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat, and I stood aside for a moment. I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but their movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it must have been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it to my fist, and then carefully letting go. But within seconds, it started to swing once more. The bathrooms were in much the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island Resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. There was about half-inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there very long. What's odd is that the toilets and sinks all dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should have shut the water off long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there were actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. Though it was like a whisper, probably my own breathing echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on my mind. This is what it sounded like. I don't believe it. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Your father told you. I know that sounds ridiculous. I just telling you what I experienced, why I thought there might have been something running in that room, or worse. Some vagrants who had holed up in there and probably would have knifed me. At the front doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and have washed the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I had apparently missed. Something that would have given me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There was a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and stunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It It was almost time for the sun to start setting till light fell onto the object in the perfect way for our photograph. I approached the python and snapped a photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get the details of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly into my eyes, turned and slithered off the pedestal, across the grass and into the trees. All 80 feet of it. Its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the stunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan map was the reptile house. I should have known. I've read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known they've done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back toward the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances. I backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slapped to my own face to get myself right in the head after that. I looked for a place to sit down, and my legs were feeling like a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline in the broken glass and dead leaf carpet, or hold myself on a desk of unquestionably great reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace lobby and decided to go and have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean, save for a starting accumulation of dust. I pull a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I had been accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it, to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock, a sign on the door, a real sign, read, "Mascots only, thank you." This perked up my spirits a little bit, for two reasons. One, the mascots only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or wantably steal. I had come to the palace essentially, agreeing with myself that it had been okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, actually, that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall. Something nobody else had apparently thought of, or hadn't been able to do at that time. The mascot's only area was startling and very welcomed change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Tables had notepads and pens. There were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall complete with filled-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television and long rotted-out food and drink on the counters. It was like one of those post-apocalypse movies where everything is left in a state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement hallways of Mascot's only area. The sights just became more and more interesting as I went further. Desks and tables were knocked over, papers scattered and almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the large rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanged on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dark, suffocating depths of the place. Eventually, I reached a black and yellow striped door with the words Character Prep 1 stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this was probably where costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound, and the door creaked open slowly. Inside the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. A row of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers, hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of flying cloths and native clothes on hangers towards the back. What I found odd and what I wanted to photograph right away was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor, like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where he should be white, and white where he should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. The sight was off-putting, though that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. I took a picture of the costume that's hanging on the walls, upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot, just one of the bed-ragged characters' heads on a slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it, so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot's head and scattered into pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know. I had to. For any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I needed proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind right from the start that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, the photo negative opposite Mickey, in the middle of the floor started to get up. First sitting up, then climbing to its feet. The Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there at the center of the room. its fake face just staring directly at me as I mumbled, "No," over and over and over. With shaking hands, I violently thrashing heart and legs had once again turned jelly. I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey Mouse costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marrying the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went black and quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. "Hey," it said in a hush, perverted but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. "Want to see my head come off?" It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits around its neck, so much blood, so much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard the sickening tearing of cloth and flesh. Only cared about getting away. Above the doorway out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the middle with bone or fingernails. "Abandoned by God." I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, fled for my sanity, if not even my very life. I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. And that's it.
Large snake.
I was about to say, like, okay, like, I get it. The fucks at Disney just released all their animals. How the fuck is a snake that big?
Also, why
Like, was
didn't
that explained?
why didn't he take a picture of the snake and leave?
He did, but he
Okay,
didn't leave.
okay.
He left the camera behind because of the Mickey Mouse creature.
Yeah, but like before finding that fucked up room, like why didn't he just like, yeah, there's a giant fucking snake, I'm leaving.
Well,
Sometimes logic gives way to an extreme desire to see things. Either that or just wasn't thinking.
yeah, or they're white.
What?
It's a movie concept in movies where white people do really stupid shit in horror movies.
Yeah.
But Bookworm said, "Oh man, even in death, Mickey didn't enter the public domain."
Hey, okay. 2 more years. And then
I mean,
Disney, not Disney.
I mean,
Fucking Mickey Mouse will be public domain.
I mean,
2 years.
Besides that was a really good movie. Not movie, story.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if it was a movie, though, unironically.
Disney picks up the movie.
I mean, they helped make Aliens,
like
so
that'd
they
be too
could do
gory,
a horror
though.
movie.
Wait, they helped
but I
make
feel like it would be too
Aliens?
gory,
Yeah, they
though.
did. I learned that on Disney Attraction. They had a Disney Attraction with all the movies they helped make. Aliens was part of it.
Damn.
Yeah, they helped make Aliens. Not many people know that.
Interesting.
Well, they helped.
I do
and
gotta
they
say,
themselves,
the
though.
I do gotta say, the beginning of that story sounded a lot like Roger Rabbit.
Roger Rabbit.
I've never watched that movie.
I did. I get the feeling.
Literally,
All I know is
about that.
large
Yeah,
woman with booba. Woman with
I was
booba.
gonna say, all I know about that movie is a character that I've seen in a lot of places.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Did
a
you know
lot of
that Roger?
potions.
Did you know that that character is Roger Rabbit's girlfriend?
Damn, that bunny pulls.
That rabbit gets all the bitches.
That rabbit pulls some tail.
um.
Oh,
This is
talking
terrible.
about tails. Apparently, Norm of the North has finally finished reading the Communist Manifesto.
What?
Norm of
What?
the North is a movie that got turned into like a giant fucking meme because it's really shit. But
Yeah.
it's about a polar bear.
Yeah, but anyway, who likes to go next? Because I read my story.
I am currently being attacked by several undead things that want me dead.
Okay, so Dragon,
Okay,
go.
explain this in horror terms.
Fuck!
There you
Okay,
go.
that's pretty horrifying. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
They
that sounds
stabbed me in
pretty
the
about
back.
right.
They froze me. They made me have frostbite. And then they shoved the blade in my back. The
At least
absolute
it wasn't other
pricks.
places.
Anyway, Dragon, go.
Ugh.
It's your turn.
That was my deafen button, not my mute button.
You got your story, Dragon?
Yeah.
Alright. And then we're ready.
Okay. I would like to say that I didn't proofread this, but it does have a warning, and I'm pretty sure it's just the only warning for it is claustrophobia, so I think it passes everything. Yeah. East Side London. Also, I guess warning for British people. East Side London, 1889. Charlie sobs into the dark. He doesn't want to be one of the abandoned boys. When Patch got stuck, Master Smith left him in there for a week until the landlord complained. They had to break the wall with a hammer to get him out. Charlie hadn't seen it, but the other apprentices said they found him curled up like he was asleep, but all stiff like. Patch didn't sweep any more after that. Charlie's knees are level with his chin. His head presses against the sweathering bricks, and the brush he was holding is wedged against the backside. Stuck. Wiggling around will only make it worse, so he stays still, thinking how to get out. Little Johnny got stuck once, and he said you just had to suck in your belly real small and push off with your feet. But Johnny isn't called little for nothing, and besides, he was only 5.5 when it happened. It usually happens to older boys who get stuck, like Charlie. And most of the time, a stuck chimney sweep is a dead chimney sweep. His thighs are already cramping, his left arm is free, so he uses it to push down one knee, trying to unfold his leg. It won't budge. His right arm is still pinned above his head, right where it was when he dropped the brush. Somehow it landed behind him, and the bristles poked into his back painfully. He reaches upward, feeling for a loose brick to pull himself up with. The chimney is so dark he can't tell the difference if his eyes are open or closed. His fingers brush a soft clump of soot. It falls onto his face, already mid-breath. He pulls some into his lungs, and the coughing fit that follows reverberates up and down the shaft. The effort leaves him grasping for air. What are ye doing up there? Faster, or I'll burn ya. Burn your backside raw, Mr. Smith hollers from below. Help, Charlie chokes out, but a gloom dampens his words to a whisper. Acrid smoke stings his nostrils, and a heat licks his bare feet. Fire is meant to make him work faster, but since he can't move, all it does is scorch the bricks around him. His neck is already blistering from being pressed against the chimney shaft behind. He squirms in panic and only gets himself wedged deeper. Help, he screams. I'm stuck, Master Smith. I'm stuck, sir. Please help. The echoes sound like 100 ghosts are with him inside the chimney. The thought. Oh. The thought makes Charlie's stomach churn. What if he isn't the first sweep to get stuck in there? It's so dark he would never see a ghost coming. It takes him a minute to notice the bricks have cooled. Stuck are ye? Master Smith shouts. Yes, sir, please, send help, Charlie shouts back. There's no reply at first. In his mind, Charlie sees the master uh, contemplating, a fingertip running through his soot-stained beard as he leans on his bundle of sweep brushes, thinking about how much he'd have to pay to train another chimney sweep. Try and get out, the master says. I can't. I'm really stuck. Sir, can someone pull me out? You out of your mind? Can't risk losing another one. And you're not even my best sweep. Try to get out, boy. Cramps. And coughing forgotten, every inch of Charlie's skin prickles with fear. He doesn't want to be one of the abandoned boys. Please, sir. Anybody, little John, he'll help me. He will, sir, please, Charlie cries, but the master is already gone. Tears run stark lines through the soot on his face. Snot dribbles out of his nose into the back of his mouth until he spits it down the shaft. He wipes his face with his free hand, but it only gets gritty specks into his eyes. Blinking really fast just makes it worse. Charlie cries until he's sure all the water in his body is gone. His tongue is dry and his throat makes a rough scratching sound whenever he swallows. Whatever came out of his nose was all dried, has dried, all crusty like. It pinches his skin whenever he sniffs, which is often. His legs are numb, the bristles in his back feel sharper, and his toes feel like hot pins are poking them. The cramps have spread to uh, his pinned right arm and the back of his neck. And it was evening. It was evening when he first scrambled up the chimney. Master Smith said it would be a quick job before Christmas supper. Now, tummy rumbling, Charlie is sure he missed out all of the fun. Christmas is the only day of the year costermongers will give out apples and oranges for free. Choral, car, carol singers roam the street, and for once everyone is smiling. He strains his ears, hoping to catch a stray note of music or any hint of the world outside. All he can hear is his heartbeat and ragged breaths keeping him alive. But how much longer? He needs food and some water, and he needs to piss. Help, he screams, once, twice, a dozen more times more. The chimney shaft magnifies his voice and his fears with it. The echoes are louder now, as if the ghosts are closing in, and the bricks are freezing cold. He thrashes about, free and scrambling against the walls, but he is no less stuck than before. The walls close in around him, suffocating. A warm heaviness fills his trousers, spreading to wet his belly and drip down from his toes. Shame's mothers. Charlie even worse than the soot. If he ever gets out, the others will never forget he pissed himself. Somehow it's worse than the idea of dying here. Charlie sobs again as he drifts away. He's like a patch. He is one of the abandoned boys. O town of Bolemouth, how still we see thee lie above thy deep and dreamless sleep. The silent stars go by, yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in the night. Charlie wakes to pain, but he blinks confused. It is not the pain he expects. He is still stuck, unable to move anything except his left arm. But the cramps throughout his body have faded away to numbness. The brush still pokes him from behind. The pain that woke him is from his head. Something hard had fallen from the shaft above, bouncing off his head before nestling neatly on his knees. He feels for it in the darkness. His fingers brush something firm and rubbery. When he lifts it to his nose, his stomach growls in response. Red. A whoosh echoes from above like a breath of air. He is followed by a dull sliding sound. The thing sounds big, but expecting it this time, Charlie duck sticks out his arms to block its path. He sets it in between his knees and his chin, feeling all over the shape. A bottle. Help, he screams, tilting his head back. You up there, help me get out. The only silence responds, darker than soot. He calls up the shaft again and again. No response. A sob escapes through dry lips as he looks back to the heavy package on his knees. The cloth wrapped around the side of outside is thick and all soft-like. It might be wool. He's seen it before, worn by fancy rich people. Charlie's first thought is that he's not the biggest apprentice or the oldest or even the best. Is one so one of the others is bound to take it from him. Then he remembers he's abandoned. He pulls the cloth across to cover himself. It sits awkwardly, but warms him all the same. The bottle is big and heavy and has a cork in the top. Charlie rips it out with his teeth, sniffs the liquid inside. It has no smell at all. Without a second thought, he gulps down so much water that the bottle isn't heavy anymore. Worried, he shakes it, but the slooshing sound makes him feel better. The bread follows, gobbled up in seconds. Despite himself, he feels better. His body begins to hurt again, as if it now has the energy to remind him that he's stuck. The weight of the bottle on his knees is a comfort. He waits for something else to fall down the shaft. Hours pass. He stays awake as long as he can, but knowing he'll fall asleep eventually, he folds his left arm over his head for protection. Time and space losing their meaning, since neither of them seem to change. The next time bread arrives from above, Charlie is awake and waiting. He plucks it out of the air and wolfs it down with the last of the water. A second regret comes and goes, then, to his surprise, another chunk of bread lands on his knees. As he chews, Charlie tries moving again, still stuck. Worry gnaws at him. How long can someone live while squished like? What if food makes him fat and even more stuck? He shudders. What if the ghosts are sending food to fatten him up for their supper? He doesn't scream for help again. Over what must be days, food and water come through the shaft 3 more times, but Charlie's hunger overcomes his fear. He scoffs bread and chugs the water until his tummy rumbles again. This time, for another reason. He whimpers in shame, unable to hold his night soil anymore. It smears into his trouser, and watery parts trickle down his ankles. The smell has him wrinkling his nose in disgust. The pain in his limbs are unbearable now, a deep ache that makes him weak all over. He bows his head, tears falling again, as he thinks about living the rest of his life in his own muck. When they find his body, the other apprentices will laugh and point, saying Charlie pissed and soiled himself in tune of ring of roses. Master Smith will shake his head, muttering that he was good for nothing anyway. He will find another chimney sweep. Charlie will be forgotten, and that'll be that, abandoned. A soft thud wakes Charlie, so soft that he thinks it might be his own heartbeat at first, but it's not, inside of his chest. It's coming from somewhere else, all muffled like thud. It's louder. He's awake now, looking about in panic. Even though there's nothing to see, thud. Another chimney. The entire chimney shakes. He cries out in fear. The fear turns to anguish when the half-full bottle of water topples over before he can grab it. Since he hasn't replaced the cork, all the water pours onto his already sodden trousers. Thud. Charlie buries his fingers in his ear. Terrified, he shakes his head all over. When he imagined the ghosts coming from him, he thought they would be all quiet, like sneaking through the dark. He never thought that they would break the whole chimney down and rip him to pieces. Thud. The next one is even louder. Fine powder spills from the walls, left tickling his nose. He wriggles around, and something sharp bites into his back. Thud. Something cracks. He shuts his eyes tight and waits for the pain. Which bone did they break? Which part of him are they going to eat first? Thud. He screams and screams and screams and screams. Thud, thud, thud. The bricks to his left shatter, and all Charlie sees is a blinding light. That's it. Ta-da!
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dragon, there's a poll on my Twitch channel.
Mm-hmm.
Vote.
So,
Yeah.
judging by when this story takes place, anyone want to come with me to piss on an old man's grave? Or an old dead man's grave?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Fucking no! I got other boys. I got other chimney sweeps. Fuck you.
Oh.
Why did you sound like Kermit?
It looks like the
Because-
Backrooms is gonna win. Oh, sorry.
Because my default old man bullshit voice is Jordan B. Peterson.
Oh.
Wait, he voice acts Kermit?
No, but he sounds like Kermit. Oh, for
Oh.
fuck's sake, you made it the stinking the multi-vote thing.
Yeah. Who will win? It's for 10 minutes. But anyway, Hatchet, it's your turn.
Well, you see, that's the thing. If it's my turn, then that means I can't be voting because I really want to listen to Smile Dog.
So we're just gonna. Oh, okay. I
wanna
guess we can
listen to
talk
the
for 10 minutes
Backrooms.
while we wait.
Okay, I'm done voting because look at the number. Look at the number.
Oh, really? It's gonna drop.
Yeah, but I get to keep it at that number.
Bookworm says nice.
I have a fucking ad. God damn it.
Yeah, same.
Let me get Smile Dog to 420.
Oh, let's do it. I don't care how many fucking points I have to use.
Is Bookworm gonna help
so
you?
what do you think of the story?
Everyone, vote for Smile Dog. We need to get Smile Dog to
I
420.
can't vote anymore.
Hey, question.
Yep.
Are the ads done?
Yeah, the ads are done.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
Boom.
Sorry, that's not gonna work. I have alerts turned off. I already said that before I started stream, Moderna.
Oderna just wasted all of her points.
Yeah,
You actually
did.
no, she didn't. No, she didn't, because you can actually give people their points back.
How?
Give Oderna her points back.
I don't know how.
Okay. So you go to the points section, I think. And then there's a list of if you have like completed a thing or not. And there should be a thing, and it should say Oderna played sound effect, and you should be able to hit an X, and it should give Oderna her points back.
I don't know how to do that shit. I'll probably do it
Or-
later. There's some point. I don't know how to fuck do that.
Anyone else want to help us get Smile Dog to 420 votes?
I can't
Oh,
vote
I'm ready to do
anymore.
it.
Once it gets to
I would, but I
400,
don't want to waste any.
once it gets to 400, everyone stop voting, and I'll get it to 420.
Oh wow.
Okay.
It's almost at 420.
Oh my god.
It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it.
350, 360,
70,
370, 80,
80,
90,
Okay.
400. Okay,
Okay.
everyone else stop.
404.
Oh,
Error.
what? Someone's still going.
404 error.
No, someone's still going. Who's doing it?
That's me. I'm
Oh.
doing it.
Yeah.
Oh. For a second there, I thought there was someone still doing it when Hatchet's
Well,
about
somebody
to
else
do it.
is doing it too. Okay,
Oh,
stop.
stop. No!
No!
No, who did it?
Wait, Bright, can you refund that person their vote?
I don't know how.
That's not how voting works.
That's not how it works.
Bright, quickly, commit voter fraud. Go.
Shut up.
Fuck. Backrooms and Smile Dog have both gotten off.
Wait.
So
Wait, hold on, Dragon. Backrooms is at 70. It's no longer at 69.
I know. I accidentally misclicked. And so I had to ruin the 420.
Everyone. I am disappointed in all of you.
That's
Hey,
what
I didn't do
that's what
anything.
my grandparents say to me a lot.
Here, I'm gonna try and get this since we already got it to
What's
censor.
You're just gonna pour so many of them in there.
I'm gonna see if we can get this to 666.
Oh my gosh.
Oh shit, yes. All right,
I'm
everyone.
gonna
New
be
okay,
into, like,
everyone.
hit
New
50
goal.
followers
Smile
again.
Dog is getting to 666
Oh my god.
before the poll is over.
What the fuck?
This better all be in a video. This better all be in a YouTube video.
I can put it as like shit, what are they called? Like extras. I can put it as I was thinking of doing like a second channel where I just put a bunch of extra shit where it doesn't get put in the video, it gets cut.
Or
you
like
just-
shorts.
Yeah, shorts, stuff like that. Just a channel just full of that. What do you guys think?
That sounds
Yeah.
fun.
That would be fun. Do you have a VODs channel? I think a VOD channel would also be pretty cool.
I don't have that yet either. I think that would be what that is. I like VODs and shorts.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
VOD channel.
So
I
I'm
could
gonna
probably
continue
mine.
doing it. Everyone else stop.
How rich are you, Aderna? In bright bucks.
And
Bright-
right,
Well,
Bright
it's only
bucks sounds
it's only
very
one
close
right
to
now.
a different word.
It's
Okay,
only one
everyone
anomaly.
except. All right, everyone other than Aderna
Mhm.
must cease. Aderna gets
I
the
don't wanna
honors of
die.
making it 666 because Aderna is the Satanist.
Here, running low on time.
Boom.
Bam!
There we go.
Mild Dog 666.
And a whopping 90%.
All right, now you can read the back rooms.
Wait, no, hold on. I wanted to see something. Persuaded has 1 vote, but it says 0%.
Oh yeah, because it's 1 vote compared to how many? And now people are adding. It's up to 1%. Everyone, stop taking percentages away from Smile Dog. He's a good boy. He deserves all of the percentages.
Doesn't
It would
he
be
kill people?
funny if
He's
it
a
would
good
be
boy.
He's
It
a
would
good
be
boy that
funny if we got
murders.
it to 69%.
I have an
Oh,
idea.
wait, now
Hey, Bright.
wait, Persuaded's getting
right,
votes now.
right, Bright.
What?
You should choose the story that gets the second most amount of views, to be fair.
Everyone vote for Persuaded then.
No,
What the fuck about the back rooms? I wanna.
you get to hear the back rooms later. I want to hear the Smile Dog.
Dragon,
do you sound?
all the stories that I put on there will be read tonight.
Mm.
You forget
Yes.
I'm
Why do
doing
you
5-hour
sound like?
streams.
Huh?
Based
It's only been
smile
an
block.
hour. I might fucking fall asleep this like in the middle of the stream.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah, Penguin. By the way, that's all of. I just wasted the rest of my channel points. I'm at 0.
Oh, seriously?
That reminds me what I did. Because I was getting actively locked out of my Twitch account because I made a new one. I spent all my points on my friend's account. I was watching my friend's stream, and I spent all my points that I had. I had over 17,000 points because I had been following them since November of 2020. I'm still
Damn.
upset about that. I had over a year of watch time on their account.
Anyways, Hatchet,
Oh,
it's
this
your
fucking
turn.
awesome.
Oh yes, it's my turn.
Spill the beans.
What?
Spill the
What?
beans. Spill the beans.
Also, I finished drinking my vodka mix.
You should. Well, child, considering the fact that I'm reading The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe, it would make more sense for you to say to let the cat out of the bag.
Fuck you.
Fuck you
Yay,
too.
puns.
Actually, no. Don't let the cat out of the bag.
Alright,
Don't check
popcorn
the
told me to
cat that is
hydrate.
inside
I'll
of the
go
box.
get a water bottle.
I did not understand what Bright said. What did you say, child?
Don't check on the cat in the box.
Why?
Okay, I got my
You don't
water
get the
bottle.
reference?
Thank goodness I didn't spill my sour cream
Apparently.
onion dip, though. That would totally destroy my computer.
I did not hear what you said, and it sounded like something very inappropriate.
The fuck?
It wasn't inappropriate.
I know it
It wa-
wasn't inappropriate, but because of the cutout, it like cut off. It sounded
I
inappropriate.
spilled my dick.
Oh my god.
It was.
No, spilled on. That's what I heard.
Oh. It was computer.
Okay.
I spilled
Yeah.
my dick on computer.
No, because I've seen some weird shit like that. No,
Okay, it was.
no.
If I remember correctly, it was like something about like dip or something.
Yeah,
You,
I almost spilled my sour cream and onion dip.
God, Bright, for the love of fuck, please stop eating things that you are allergic to.
Yes.
Why?
You're gonna get yourself killed.
It doesn't kill me. It just makes me
I
sick.
know. Okay. So this current the onion dip doesn't kill you. What happens until something else kills you? Not only that, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, every 7 years, what you're allergic to changes. So what if it just changes into it will literally fucking kill you?
Then I'll die.
No,
It's not
right?
fucking onion dip. It's not that hard.
Death
It's
by
onion dip. It's not even like the best type of dip.
death by
Buffalo
green
dip is really
onion
good.
dip.
Also, what did you just say? Did you just shit talk green onion dip?
No.
Yeah.
I will
Okay.
throw
Sour
hands.
cream and onion dip dragon.
Okay. It's good, right? But it is not worth dying over. There are plenty of other dips that are just as good. Please, for the love of fuck, stop eating shit you're allergic to.
But yeah, imagine that. Bright at this rate, when you write a will, you need to put into your will that you want death by sour cream and onion dip.
No. I know something even better. I know something even better. In your coffin, put in your will that. Wait, are you getting buried or cremated?
I think cremated.
Okay, so put in your will that when you get cremated, you want your ashes to be put into an onion dip container.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, fun fact. Hey everyone, fun fact. I forget his name now, but the fellow who first made Pringles.
Mr. Pringle?
Yeah, he put his ashes in the Pringle jar.
Yeah, like he had constantly told his friends and family, like in a manner that they thought was joking, that he wanted to be cremated and buried in a Pringles can. And that joke kept going until he fucking died, and they found out that he actually dead ass put that in his will.
Then what
But
can we eat? Wait, then we can eat it all?
no,
She'll be like,
no.
Jesus, don't.
That's
I
what
don't think it's a good
Bookworm
idea to
said.
compare
That's
bright,
what Bookworm
literally.
said.
Okay, but the thing is, isn't comparing a Christian to like isn't that blasphemy?
I wasn't done.
Isn't that blasphemy? I don't know
Hold on.
blasphemy. I'm not a
Hold
Christian.
on, Hatchet. What you're saying?
Okay, and then in the will, there was like a short debate among his family because he didn't specify what flavor of Pringle can he wanted to be buried in.
Oh my god.
So they had a big old conversation until they eventually came to the conclusion that a plain old original Pringles can would suffice. So they dead ass cremated the guy and buried him in a Pringles can.
Wait, what? Original?
Yeah.
They chose
guy-
original? They didn't choose barbecue?
Yeah. Well, you
That
see,
would be
the
funny.
original is the original.
But okay, but like choosing barbecue would be hilarious.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Well, that actually would be really fucking funny, but I think they wanted to take it more seriously.
Yeah.
As serious as you can take the situation where you've been asked by your dead father or husband to
Well,
bury his ashes in a Pringle can.
Well, he wasn't being serious, so why would you want to be serious?
Listen. Maybe they just didn't like him.
Hold on. No,
Okay, no,
I would
that's
probably
mean.
put this in the will. I would probably say I would like to be buried in a toothpick.
Wait, what?
And just see what happens.
You know that's pretty much impossible, right? Right?
I wanna
Unless
see
it's
them
like-
They just-
try.
Okay,
Unless
Okay,
they make
but-
like a fucking the largest toothpick
Custom-
possible, but
wait, you know what is possible though?
custom made giant toothpick.
You know what is possible? You can make your ashes be turned into, I think it's like a disc. What the fuck is it called? No, I know what it is. I don't. It's okay. It's the you put it on a pin.
in a
Okay, so
sphere.
you put it on a thing, and then a pin spins around it, and it plays its sound. I forget what the fuck it's called. I know what it's called, but it escapes my
A
mind right now. What the
CD?
Not a CD. Maybe okay, no, a larger CD. Think CD, but larger.
A record?
Oh, record. Yeah, you can
Or a
make yourself
vinyl?
into a record. Yeah, you can make yourself into a record, and you could choose any song you want. You can
Okay,
like,
that's
use your
kind of cool.
ashes. Yeah, that's cool.
That's kind of
That's
cool.
dope. I have a
seen
friend who is obsessed with music. I need to tell them about that. They
tell
would
them
want that to be
tell
how
them
they die.
immediately.
Oh,
But
I'm a
I have
fucking
seen so many.
musician. That sounds badass as fuck. Hell,
It
that sounds
does.
awesome as hell.
Okay.
It's just like you go to a friend's house and you're like, "Hey man, what's up with all the these are some nice vinyls you got." And he's like, "Yeah, I've got an original White Album from the Beatles. I got Frank Sinatra. Got my friend Tim. Tim is there.
Wait, okay, but now we're all like you start playing Tim's record, and all you fucking hear is "Never Gonna Give You Up." Like the first few notes is "Never Gonna Give You Up."
Oh fuck! No, that would be
And then-
great. Fuck.
and then like your friend's coming over to listen to music with you, so you just start playing Tim, and "Never Gonna Give You Up" starts playing like the first few notes, and you just stare at your friend deadpan, and then you grab the needle and you hold you keep it down so that your friend cannot take the record off, and you just stare,
Oh my god.
and your friend just goes, "Are you
No.
fucking possessed?" Honestly, that's
No,
probably how you get your
no.
house haunted,
No.
but like it would be worth it.
You're just there. You're just
Mhm.
you're just there, like, and you're just bawling your eyes out. Never gonna give you up is playing in the background.
Yeah, wait, you're at someone's you're at your
crying
like
her
your
eyes
brother's
out.
your brother Tim's funeral, and they're doing like the sermon and stuff. They're do- they're doing the sermon. So like the priest walks up and they're like the priest does the priesty things and everyone gives their like their regards and like it's just a picture of Tim and the record and the priest picks up the record like all holy and shit like carries it above his head goes over to the vinyl record player I forget what the fuck it's called
Record
and
player.
he places the needle gently and then all you hear is do 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 do.
Everyone in the auditorium starts bawling their heads out.
And then just Rick Astley just breaks. Rick Astley breaks through a door.
Oh my god.
Wait, does Rick actually even know their song became a huge meme?
Yes, I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah, I'm very certain he does.
Mhm.
But as a side note, Bookworm, it would be appreciated if you clipped that first moment. Or clip the whole thing if clip lets you do
Yeah,
that. This entire
Bright.
tangent is great.
Okay, Bright.
Mhm.
Can I put this on
Yeah,
my
Bright.
TikTok? Wait,
Sure.
who should put it on whose
Go
TikTok?
ahead.
Should I put it
Go
on my
ahead.
TikTok or
You
should
can
you
go
put it on
ahead.
yours?
I give you permission.
Fuck yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, like, okay, you put on your TikTok, Bright, you have to make this entire section just a random ass video.
What do you think the extras channel gonna be?
Okay, wait, okay. No, actually, I have a better idea. I'm gonna take the
No, on
clip,
your
I'm
main
gonna only
channel.
use the audio, and I'm going to, like, actually edit it happening, like, really poorly, because I have, like, shit, video editing software.
Well, okay, you could just instead of having it edited, you could just like have like just place in like little pictures of like
Yeah.
of the different things, and like whenever
Bookworm.
the fucking
Bookworm, you beautiful soul, where the fuck is the clip?
Stop forcing
Give,
Bookworm to do
give,
work.
give the
just
man some time.
give Book
I
some
thought-
time.
Okay. At least I complimented him.
Hold
Actually,
on,
what
I
are
gotta.
Bookworm's pronouns?
I'm
Book's
gonna do
pronouns
something
can
while we
feel
wait
them.
for Hatchet to do their thing.
How do you...
What'd you say,
What
Bright?
are the pronouns of Bookworm?
I was just
I think
saying.
he can.
Well, it is
Yeah,
Hatchet's turn to win for whenever you're ready to do your story. After all this shit.
I'm watching an ad, and it looks like someone throws something
Okay,
at a
Bookworm.
baby.
Bookworm uses he, him. Okay. Who throws what now at a baby?
There's just an ad, and it looked like someone threw some like small object at a baby that was on the floor crying.
Did the baby deserve it?
It's a baby.
What? Right. 1984, the child, please.
No.
Don't say
Okay.
stupid shit.
Okay,
Man.
babies and toddlers can't be evil, but I have known some like genuinely evil fucking children.
Hold on, I'm busy doing
Yourself?
something. Hold on, where's
Do you know you?
Bookworm? Where's Bookworm? Okay, I see Bookworm on the server. Gotta give them a certain role. And there we go. Everyone can see it now.
Let me see.
It's above you, child.
Fuck. God damn it.
Twitch clipper.
Wait, I have a better idea.
Bookworm is the
just
official
call
Twitch clipper.
Bookworm Beautiful Soul. Beautiful Soul. I think that's a better name. Because that's fucking like that's free
Compromise.
content. You don't have to do
Compromise.
shit because Bookworm's doing
Also-
it.
Also, like I
Compromise.
do
Beautiful clipper.
clip too. I do clip too.
That
I've clipped like
okay.
I clipped your entire fucking like diatribe like from that stream.
I have an idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Aderna and Bookworm get the Beautiful Clipper Award.
Well, oh yeah. Derna also does it? Alright, hold on.
Yeah, I
Yay!
do clip.
How
Let me
does it
see.
feel to be beautiful, Derna?
Wait, how come Derna isn't purple?
Does Aderna have any other roles?
Oh, because the Momo fan club.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Purple.
What
yeah, because I'm a
what
part
makes
of the
me this
Momo.
color? Twitch mod. Okay.
Oh, well, Bookworm did it.
Where is it? Where is it?
And
Where is
quotes
it?
and
Where is it?
things.
Where is it? Yes!
Thank
This
you,
book-
Bookworm.
Yes. Do you like your new role?
We should demand Bookworm join so that we can give them their honorary Twitch Clipper award in person.
Oh my god.
Well, as in person as we can be,
Yeah.
because we're not just gonna pop up at Bookworm's house.
Demand
You don't know
you
Bryce
come in
Howard.
here.
Bright.
We're not the Spanish
As-
Inquisition.
You never
Right,
expect the Spanish
right.
Inquisition. Yes.
Bright. Listen. You're at the Serpent's Hand now, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the means by which you can teleport to Bookworm's location and give them an official prize?
Can we
I'm not
give
allowing you,
Bookworm
Hatchet.
a hug? I can only give
What'd you say?
Bookworm a hug. Can we give Bookworm a hug?
I mean,
Yeah,
if you want to,
Everyone
go
send
ahead.
hugs. Everyone
Yay.
send hugs for
You
Bookworm.
can you can go into the little server, go to the waifu thing, and then give Book a hug.
Dragon redeemed
Yeah,
free
Bright.
bright have containment.
Wait,
Yeah, I can give
wait,
Bright freedom.
Bright. You have
That's
to
like the
add
closest thing.
Bright. You have to add a like one of those things, except it's just Bookworm, like the old meme.
Okay, I'll do it after stream.
Okay, so
Make
you're
How
it
gonna
much
like
should
a
it
add,
cost?
make-
How much should it cost?
420.
I'd say
yeah, 420.
that's good.
420.
420.
420.
Yeah. Also, Bookworm said,
I would say
unfortunately,
69, but I feel like that's too low ball for Bookworm.
Also, here's the thing. Bookworm said, unfortunately, I missed the other clip while I was clipping that one.
It's fine.
Yeah,
It's
that's
perfectly
fine.
fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Bookworm.
Because
Yeah.
because somebody can go through this stream and clip it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Bright's gonna download the whole damn thing, and Bright, you have got to upload the entire.
Oh my gosh.
I have to download
yeah.
so many
But
images.
yeah, Bright.
for
Yeah,
the one bit.
that's fair,
Wait.
Bookworm.
yeah. But Bright, you must. This is a demand as your butt buddy and by the butt buddy pact, co-owner of your stream in YouTube.
What? No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you
Uh,
only get rights to Bright's stream if you're married. So
Wait, hold on,
call
hold
up
on.
Germa. Germa can get
This is-
Germa can get you married.
No.
Germa's
Wait,
Hold up.
wait.
Damn it, let me
Germa
speak.
has the rights to get people
Okay.
married. I forget what it's called, but
Hey.
Hold on.
Hey, let them talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on,
Okay.
Hatchet. Go.
All I was saying is I really would like it if you, on your main channel, uploaded
Yeah.
that whole tangent.
Yeah, well.
That's it.
You okay, Hatchet?
Okay. Penguin, I just
Mhm.
pinged you in the server. That's where you can hug Book.
Yeah.
I love Bookworm's comment says, that's so much work. Poor Bright. Thanks, Bookworm.
Okay,
Oh.
the tangent is about 1 hour and 10 minutes in to the stream. Write that down.
You don't think I double check everything when I edit shit?
Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm just I think it would be easy for you to
Yeah, it's easier
Like
to
if
like
you
know.
write down.
Yeah, it's easier to know like what time specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's where when you go to edit. I feel
Alright,
like
I
that
got
would
it down.
speed the process up significantly.
I got it down. Alright, so Hatchet, you ready to tell your story after our long tangent?
I mean, I don't know. We could spend another 20 minutes talking about random bullshit.
Also, Jerry said they're gonna join us soon.
Then I want to wait until Jerry's here.
Are you sure? Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
check
so
out
let's get-
Discord for a bit so I can edit the funny. Oh wait, no. Actually, no. I need to download images before I start editing. Okay.
Yeah.
I need a priest image. Oh, I don't want to look up images of priests. Ah, the internet has
No,
ruined
okay.
priests.
No.
Actually,
the
no,
priest-
priests kind of already
you
ruined
could-
themselves. Never mind.
Penguin. All you need
Mhm.
is just it's just a funeral thing. Like you can literally just look up funeral and get a pic.
Yeah.
You'll probably get one with a priest in it.
No, not yet. What? Who the hell is that?
Wait,
Wait. I'm gonna show my screen one moment. Who is that? Who is
Who
that
is
woman?
what?
Who? Who? Who the fuck? Who?
Sexy funeral lady, that's what it is.
About to break out into a dance routine.
Like
Why
it's-
are there several images of this lady? Honestly, though, she's kind of a wooga. Honestly, a wooga.
Penguin.
Penguin.
What? She's pretty. There's nothing inappropriate about that. But why is this here?
That's an anime waifu.
What? Who is
Yeah,
this
you
man?
have to make the priest
Why
an
is he
anime
ugly?
waifu.
No.
I'm gonna
Make
regret
the
looking
priest-
this up.
No.
No, make the priest Pepe the Frog.
No, what I would do is I would get a priest who's talking during my funeral to wear an anime waifu costume. If that is
Wait a minute.
possible.
Wait a
Penguin
minute,
here.
back up. Why did you wait a minute, back up. Why did priest waifu PNG come up with a picture of Kaguya wearing cat ears?
Where? Oh yeah.
Why?
Obviously,
that ain't she ain't a priest.
honestly,
Yet.
I probably shouldn't scroll
Wait,
down
that's
anymore.
Nami right there from One Piece. What is Nami
Yeah, I was
doing
about to
here?
This is just
Probably
random
shouldn't scroll
bullshit
down
at this
anymore.
point.
Should I use this picture of this penguin?
Yes.
What is this? Why is this dude here? Who is this man?
He's a character
have all
from
these,
Fate
like-
Zero.
Yeah.
It's literally right there in the image title.
Yeah, it's Saber.
Oh, there's goblins.
No, it's not
Slayer.
Saber. It's
Oh.
the Knight of Saber. It's the guy who's controlling Saber.
I like this lady. What are your thoughts on this lady?
Gunshot.
What the fuck?
Is that like a good thing? Like,
No.
why would you kill her? She's cool. She has a sword.
I want to test the armor.
I just found
Right.
I'm just looking at shit and like I found a news piece that says drunk priest fights man during funeral.
That's Florida.
But right.
No. That's definitely an Ohio thing.
Anyway,
That feels like
Hatchet,
an Ohio thing.
you're saying? Hatchet? You called my name.
I need to make a new folder for this specific
Did
bit.
you
Probably
forget?
probably for the bullet testing thing. Hatchet, you good?
Yeah, you're right.
Did we break Hatchet?
You did.
No, you did. This
God
you
damn it.
started to break up Robody, and it at like it.
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, Bookworm responded to that character with the cat ears. Priest of the Church of Nya?
Everyone knows God is a cat boy. Bright is a Christian. She can confirm this.
Fuck
Because she is
off.
obviously the only Christian to ever exist.
Wow. But, yeah. Hey, Hatchet,
Why,
did you
why
know?
can't I find any churches with people in them?
Hey, Hatchet, I'm
one.
gonna tell you 2 things that you can do in GTA. I'm not sure if you know this. But if you shoot a car window, you can immediately get in without having to do the lock-in routine.
What?
Yeah. And another thing is, if you have 2 broken windows, you can shoot an RPG right through it.
What the? Right? What the fuck?
That's a thing you can do in GTA 5.
The only picture that I can find of a funeral that isn't from like an actual really fucked up event with people in it is from 13 Reasons Why. I
Wow.
hate that show, but I'm stealing this fucking PNG. I need it for.
But another thing is, if you aim an RPG in the ocean when you're still standing, aim it down and shoot it, the RPG will float in the air for no
Okay.
reason.
Right?
It depends.
Genuine
Like,
question.
What?
Why the fuck do you know these things?
I saw a video about it today.
Oh my god.
I
That's a
think
spec-
these things might be illegal.
Anyway, Hatchet, you're saying?
What do you mean these things are illegal? It's GTA 5.
What
What did you think I was thinking? Yes, shoot an RPG in real life, and the RPG will go floating after you
I
aim it
wasn't
at the
paying
damn
attention.
ground.
I was too
You
focused
should-
on 13 Reasons Why picture not downloading properly.
Anyway, Hatchet, you're saying
I'm big stupid.
about the RPG thing.
Right. It's a glitch that can happen at certain places, but not always.
Yeah.
Because, like, for instance, if the rocket's going for long enough, like the main reason why it has to be like directly at the ground, if I remember correctly, if the rocket's going long enough, the impact with water itself will detonate it. But like it's weird. Code's weird. Glitches are weird.
Yeah.
I'm okay. So I looked up church inside with people, PNG, and there's just an image of people forming an L and holding like one dude holding a cross.
They're giving Jesus the L.
Okay, I'm putting it in dumb post. Does that mean Jesus took an L? I'm confused. Why is that an image?
Okay. No.
Does it mean
That's okay.
That's a
One,
church.
they're making the.
oh
Oh my god.
Really?
it looks like an L.
Oh my
It
god.
looks
That
like
doesn't
an
even look like an L.
L. It
Anyway.
does. It looks like a really like fucked up L.
Anyway,
It looks more. If anything, it would look more like a boomerang, but.
Anyway, Dragon
point, yeah.
shush for a moment. Knowing the US, having an RPG probably isn't illegal, so as long as you aren't legally hurting someone, says Bookworm.
Fair point.
I mean, in some states you can own a grenade launcher. But you can only shoot flares. I kid you not, that's a thing. And there's other states where you can own a minigun. And you can have it in the back of your car, but you have to have a tarp over it. I kid you not, that's the law.
Right. What the fuck? Why do you know these things? When are you gonna use this information?
Tomorrow. Anyway.
Where?
Any word?
Any word on Jiri? No.
Right, didn't give an answer. Uh-oh.
I did.
You said tomorrow, and I said where, and you never responded. Oh no.
Florida.
The entirety of Florida?
No, just where you live.
Good thing I live in a box near a KFC.
Thanks for
I
giving
get
me
to
more
vote KFC.
information.
I never said what KFC.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
I'm also very glad because I'm very glad that Amazon has a thing where it won't show people where like you live if they gift you stuff, like buy stuff off of your wish list. Do you want to see a really fucked up image of Rick Astley? It's in dumb post. I'm gonna use that image. I'm gonna download it. It's mine now. I legally own this image now. God damn it, never mind. I can't fucking download it. Fuck. Use a different
Okay, there are
image.
there are 256 KFCs in Florida. That doesn't narrow it down by much.
Don't tell Bright. She doesn't need to know. She's just gonna explode random ass fucking KFCs. The fuck is that?
Why? Why does what? That's so badly. What the fuck?
I can't even download it either. Is the worst part. Actually, maybe because I sent it. Ooh, no, never mind. I can't. Fuck.
Up.
God damn it.
That's so horribly like cropped and
Yeah,
oh my god.
it's. I think it's
Uh,
photoshopped. That's the thing. Is
I'm
they
back.
gave him legs, but Bright. Look at dumb
Right.
post.
I see
Dumb
it.
posts.
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
Hatchet, what do you need?
Someone
yeah.
made Rick Astley
Hey,
into an anime
penguin,
boy.
penguin, let let Hatch speak.
I was simply going to inform you that there's a total of 256 KFC locations in Florida.
Then I will use my minigun on all of them.
I thought it was a rocket launcher.
This is
Oh my god, it's pray. No.
Also, I'm pretty sure that's like straight up illegal to threaten.
No.
no
Right, I think you just
shit.
deadass committed a crime.
Yeah.
No.
No, not actually. Yeah.
In a video game in GTA. I'll
But-
do it.
I don't think KFC is in.
That you know of, there are mods.
We're gonna stop this conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many
For the
images
sake
of
of
Rick
Bright-
Astley are there on the internet?
No one cares.
Okay. I care. I care. I found Anime Boy Rick Astley and I found Minecraft Skin Rick Astley. Which one is worse?
Minecraft.
Yeah, definitely Minecraft. Holy fuck.
It's so fleshy. And the hands.
Oh no, is Hatchet alright? Or is it because of Dragon again?
Possibly because of Dragon.
How dare you, Dragon?
I'm vibing. Got fucking images of
Or
Rick
are
Astley.
you?
Fuck you. I found I found an even better image of Rick Astley as a Minecraft skin.
This still doesn't look any better. It actually looks worse.
You say worse, I say better. They photoshopped his fucking face onto the Minecraft
This
skin.
looks wrong.
Yeah. Hey, Bright.
What?
Do you think anyone has been immortalized as a Minecraft skin?
No.
Gives me hope
They're
in
fine,
humanity.
Adorna. They're fine.
Okay.
I
Do I
think
have to
Jerry's
download like a
probably
snippet?
maybe. I think Jerry's
Of-
eating dinner, and that's why they're taking a while.
I wonder what Jerry's eating.
You, the children themselves, the bodies. So many bodies that are left by the orphanages.
It reminds me of when like I told Chica to eat orphans because he was hungry. What? What does
Can I be heard?
orphan taste like?
Yeah,
Is my question.
we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Jelly beans.
Yeah.
Hey,
They're different
you doing alright?
flavors. Yeah, you're okay, Hatchet.
Yeah, you sure you're alright?
I'm going to go get some more coffee.
Alright.
Okay.
I think I
I
should
will
just
be
put
away
this in
from the
intermission.
camera.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
I go to intermission, and the microphone they said I was using was 0.0000031. The fuck mic is that?
A
What?
microphone. From hell.
The mic can never be stopped. You know what? While I'm in intermission, I'll see who else is on Twitch at the moment to see if one of my new favorite streamers is on. And they are.
Frank still plays. Is doing a
Who,
face
who's your
reveal
new
apparently.
favorite streamer?
One of my favorite new ones.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Lacuna.
Oh yeah, Miss Lacuna. Yeah, she's awesome.
It tells you to stream, but they're not even here.
I don't fucking care.
Damn it. Someone already did hydrate.
Yeah, I think Book did it.
Hey, Bright. What the fuck is a kilometer?
The fuck? Wait, what? That isn't. That's a metric form of measurement.
Mhm.
Fuck is that? Why is Chick-fil-A trending?
Oh, Bookworm knows who they are.
Okay, so now, right, whenever you start back in, you're gonna have to stretch.
I'm already stretching, bitch.
You're gonna have to stretch again when you go back in.
No, I'm not. Intermission doesn't mean shit if I'm still here. I'm still gonna do the commands. Motherfucker. Ugh.
Wait, can Book hear us?
Yes, Book can hear us.
So, okay, okay, that's interesting.
Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us.
Why did my phone automatically start playing another Twitch streamer I've never heard of? No phone.
Maybe you... Here, let's see.
Wait, Bright, can you give me the artist role on my new account?
Oh yeah, and I did just get gifted a sub to like Miss looking at you.
We don't have to do it. Through Twitch itself.
Wait. That was okay.
I did nothing.
Fuck you.
What did you do?
Bright messaged me on Twitch saying just no.
Wait, why did you change your? Okay.
There's a
I was
bunch
just.
of Dragon Lords.
Well,
Oh,
mine
it's the
is
same.
the Dragon Lord 06.
It's the same one, just that Penguin changed the color.
Oh, there's 2 E's.
Yep. As in V. It's a fucking thing that. Yeah, I'm used to seeing people use it
Alright,
because.
type.
Yeah, go ahead.
Type dragon.
Alright.
Nothing.
You know, I see an artist tag next to you.
Oh,
I see
that's
it.
weird. One moment.
How do you not see it?
Oh, okay, there we are. I didn't have the right setting on. Much better. God damn it, I keep getting ads. Can someone gift me a... What the fuck? Can someone gift me a sub?
But Bright gets money from you watching ads.
Yeah, but she also gets money from, you know, being subbed, and I don't... Actually, how much is it for a sub? One moment.
I think it's like, the lowest thing would be is $1, I think.
Okay, I get 20% off, so it's $4.
Oh.
Yeah, the lowest it can be is probably like $4 to $5. Is $4.
I could set up... I'm pretty sure my grandpa has Prime, but thing is, he doesn't have a Twitch account, thus it's not set up.
How many
I
messages did I just send you? Dragon?
11.
11. Oh, I must make that number bigger.
Are you just messaging them on like Twitch or?
Yeah, on Twitch, I'm just sending them the word no.
Okay, you know
Oh
what's like
my
the
god.
funniest thing to do is, so I did a Sims 4 stream, right? And my friend did this bit of acting like really homophobic, and I edited out the parts where it was like obviously like a joke and a bit. So now my friend just looks homophobic. And the thing is, I told him about it, and I'm like, yeah, you just look like really homophobic, and he's like, good. Very important to add, he is bisexual. That is important to add. Also questioning his gender. I may have stolen his gender. Oopsie. Yeah. How to draw legs. Are legs edible? Can I eat a leg? Because it's always break a leg, but it's never eat a leg.
Penguin.
How
As
How many
wrong?
long as
messages?
it's not,
How many messages do you have now?
as long as it's
99
not a
plus.
human leg, it's fine.
It's 99 plus. I can't count. Stop. Help. Okay, 108. It's 108.
Good, I made it to 100s. That's good. That's all I care about.
Oh my god.
Right, I
Right.
think it would have been obvious.
Oh.
There now, everyone sees how much of a fucking idiot you are in general. Actually, no, that. Why is this just? It's just O's.
Keep
And
going up.
N's.
Yeah, just a long ass no.
I say go to hell and you automatically say no and oh, and it's not even the same amount of O's either. Sometimes it's 2 O's, and sometimes it's 2 N's.
I just spammed the letter N and O's. So sometimes it would just look weird.
What the fuck? Also, okay, so the person that did like the homophobic bit, especially calling like okay, so the bit specifically was why is there Pride Month when there's not like a monster truck or a skateboard month? And I continued on the bit with like, do you know any like heterosexual that's like skateboards? And he said Tony Hawk. And I'm
Yeah.
like, do we know though?
Wait, what?
Hey, Dragon.
Uh-huh.
I love your Yu-Gi-Oh cards you post in SCP General.
Those aren't mine.
No, those are those are shadows.
Yeah.
Oh, those shadows. I thought it was dragons for a second. I love
I
the
have
Yu-Gi-Oh
Pokemon
cards.
You can tell because his name is Orange Kitty.
I thought it was dragons. I'm gonna respond to Orange Kitties saying I love your Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't care if that's not what they are. I don't even know what the hell they are. I've never seen them before.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
No, those bug cards.
Bugs. I would hope.
Well, they have like attack things on it, and health.
Okay, Bright, I was going through Steam, right? Bright, why is your Steam profile picture?
It is what it is, bitch. Also, there's one thing I want to say is I really like you guys as friends because some friends I made in high school don't like the type of language I have, which is I have cuss words formed in my sentences. Doesn't mean I
Let
hate
me
you or anything. It's just a normal thing for what my family does.
let me fucking
Oh,
guess. They
yeah.
were one of those like fucking like high and holy fucks that are like, no,
Yeah.
no swearing.
Yeah.
It's like if you personally don't swear, like that's fine. That's cool. Like as shit that you're able to not swear. But like when you start making other people not be able to swear, that's when it's like, unless you're a parent, no, what the fuck? Especially if it's your friends.
I used to be one of the people who wasn't able to swear at all, and like, yeah.
Because I understand.
The funny thing is,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so you know what the word cunt means, right?
Yeah.
So in high school, I was like 16, yeah, about like 16, 17, 17. Um, so one of my friends in the drum line called another friend the word cunt. They didn't hear them say that, and my fucking like innocent ass was like, "Oh yeah, they called you a cunt." And like every single one of them just like was like, "What the fuck? You just said that?"
Like, sworn ever before, and they're just like, holy shit, she can swear? Holy shit, I thought she would implode on impact. I thought those words would come out of her mouth and she would become like a gush of blood. Oh my
was-
god.
There's this one person said that every single cuss word takes a year out of my life, so I literally made sure I said 69 words in front of them.
How many swear words do you know?
Oh no, I just said the same word over and over again.
What
Honestly,
did you
though-
say?
Oh, I said the word they hated the most, which was fuck.
Honestly, if anything,
How do they hate that? There are slurs. They're literally slurs.
if anything, it's better that Bright didn't say slurs in response to that.
Oh
no,
no, I
no,
I
that-
actually beat the shit out of
that's-
a person who said a slur to me.
Oh no, that would be a bad thing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's their worst. That's their least favorite word.
I keep getting Technoblade videos in my recommendations.
How is Bookworm dealing with all the craziness we're doing?
Saying
Turn.
base.
Oh, Hatchet returned.
Hatchet!
Jiri will be coming to us soon. They're taking a crap at the moment.
Old man shits.
See.
Oh my god.
We all know how long old man shits take, so we're probably gonna be here for a bit.
Bookworm's
Yeah.
just absorbing it all.
That's
into our
kind of like what you
craziness.
do every single time you're in this shit with us.
Yeah, we're just going off doing our crazy shit, and Bookworm just saying in the chair in the corner says, "Everything is fine."
Bookworm. Okay, bookworm. Bookworm. Buddy. Chum. Pal. Buddy. Have you ever eaten a book?
Wait, what?
Have you ever sat down at your dinner table? You grab like your local like little book, kids book, whatever. You look at it, and then just with a knife and like the fancy knife and fancy like fork that British fucks have, just start cutting into the book and eating it.
I think you would need more than you would
What
probably
the fuck?
you would need a pretty sharp much a sharper knife than that.
Like a really sharp knife, but
You would probably need a cutting knife
yeah,
like
Mm.
to do that anyways. But
But-
also no, don't do that.
The fuck is
okay.
wrong with you?
Okay. So I was in
You can-
my
okay.
my marine biology class
Eating-
one day.
Eating paper is one thing. Eating a book is different.
Yeah, because like different like yeah. But
Because one you're eating one piece of paper,
Mhm.
and the other you're eating like 400 pieces of paper.
Wait, Bookworm has
I
an
mean like
answer.
small books.
Bookworm has an answer. They said not physically with a fork or knife, and if I chewed on pages as a young kid, don't remember.
Oh, I remember eating like fucking paper like when I was a kid.
Okay. I have a friend.
I think I continue to eat them like past 3rd grade.
Okay, I do remember this never harmed me or killed me, and I don't know why, but I remember eating 36 batteries.
What?
The fuck?
What the actual fuck?
As a young
Okay, no, 'cause
kid of 4
genuine
years
question.
old. It's 4 years old.
Okay. Right. Genuine
How
question.
the fuck are you alive?
Yeah. How have you? Okay. Right. Literally, I am convinced at this point you have like your entire existence is literally trying to like self like commit homicide. Autocide. How are you still alive?
I don't know. But Bookworm, to
Like-
your question, it
Right.
was AAA batteries, and I was 4 years old.
Right.
Yes.
Did you
How
go
are
to
you,
the
old man?
hospital?
Maybe?
Probably. Probably a pretty good chance that she went to the hospital.
Unless.
Well,
All I
Follow-up
remember
question.
is parents yelling and then being home again. I have no recollection of the hospital.
Yeah,
Probably
you
got your
probably went to the
stomach
hospital. You probably went to the hospital.
I lived.
You probably went to the hospital and like you probably were put under there something potentially. I don't know.
So
Bookworm
I
says
okay.
those are
Yeah.
skinny ones, so it makes slightly more sense.
Yeah, it makes sense that you would be able to put them down your throat, but like they would corrode in your fucking gut, and
But I live.
them corroding in your gut is not a good thing.
Hey, I'm immortal, bitch.
Okay.
Right?
I
Your
was in-
body's not immortal.
Yeah.
Your
So-
body's not immortal, so.
I can get a new one.
So
And also, when you were a kid, you didn't have the fucking necklace.
because you could have just died.
One thing that I think I'll joke in my will, it says, my last sentence will be, I'll see you guys next time in my new body. Because of the
That would be
necklace.
fucked up. Okay. So I was in my marine biology class one day, and my friend, for whatever, like, I forget what it was. I think I joked, like, daring them to eat a piece of paper, and they're like, yeah, this tastes really fucking bad. And so I said, if you write a word on it, it'll start tasting like that. I think they wrote fish, and apparently it started tasting like fish. And so my other friend started joining in on eating paper and took his fancy like sketchbook paper, and they both started eating that and started writing random words on the fancy sketchbook paper. And apparently the fancy sketchbook paper tasted better.
Yeah.
And they ate it and they swallowed the paper. They like completely consumed the paper. This also the same friend.
I swallowed paper too, so.
Also the same friend that ate paper also ate some Play-Doh.
Okay, so speaking of foods that we
At
ate
the
as a
age
young
of like
kid,
16 to 17.
I do remember being told this by my parents. When I was like 5 years old, the only food I would eat were cherry red tomatoes and jalapenos, with the only drink being Coca-Cola.
Okay. How are you alive? How have you lived up to this point? Because like no person would still be alive after going through like that amount of shit. So genuinely, how are you still alive?
Don't
Should
question it.
should you be locked up in a lab and studied?
Even though my immune system was terrible at birth, I grew a new one with the help of my mother, and it's become so powerful that I can eat anything.
Now it just sounds like you consumed your mom to get a better like immune system.
Wait. Oh my god.
Right, I am scared.
I got spinal
Right.
fluid transplant. That's how I got a better immune system. Still
Right.
shit, but better than usual.
Right.
Can I
What?
steal
Oh, Hatch, what were you saying?
Mr. Beast's spinal fluid?
Hatch, what were you saying?
What? I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I heard someone talking.
I guess it was Korean Skyrim. What's my opinion?
Yeah, it's probably the TV.
Can I steal Mr. Beast's spinal fluid?
No.
Damn it! He's
Jerry!
a piece of shit.
Jerry's
He doesn't
here!
deserve spinal fluid. Jerry!
Hi.
We can finally return to gameplay to tell more stories.
Oh,
I
You
told a
good?
story about some dude being
Yeah, you
locked
alright?
in a chimney. Or like
I'll
stuck.
be okay. There was that story I wanted to tell last time, but there wasn't enough time to.
So, alright.
Oh,
So, you'll be after Hatchet?
oh.
Yeah. That way you give some time to rest.
Oh, this
You-
way too long. More might come out. I'll mute myself.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Poor Jerry.
I hope he's okay.
Anyway, are you ready, Hatchet?
Give me a minute.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna put it back in intermission while we're waiting. But also, while we're waiting, I remember this. Like, I decided to open TikTok, to see if I would like any more TikToks or whatever. For a solid hour, it kept giving me Wendigo shit.
Oh no.
You're not supposed to say, like...
I know. I fucked up. But
You
yeah,
dumbass!
hey, my life's already hell. But anyway, but yeah, I kept getting this
Also-
shit.
Also, like Penguin,
Mhm.
it will already like show up for her if like she sees like shit with it.
Fair point.
So
Hell yeah, that was a very disturbing way to wake up this morning.
I'm sorry, Bright.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe you
Oh,
can see if you can like block that like hashtag or something like.
Maybe.
yeah. That's... Were you, like, liking any, like, stuff similar to that, like, the night before or anything? Or it just randomly started
The
happening?
one main thing I was liking was animated frogs. So I don't know how you get animated frogs to that.
The hell? That's weird.
Yes, it is.
Dude, okay, right.
Yes.
I need you to do a Wobble Dog stream one of these days, cause
Okay, haven't bought the game yet.
okay, that sounds like really forceful. I'm sorry, but like when the day that you do a Wobble Dog stream, I will celebrate. I will light a fucking candle.
Maybe in September.
Ooh. Okay.
But anyway, Hatchet, I saw you unmute. Are you ready?
I think I'm gonna have to pass on sharing a story this time.
Oh. Okay. So,
Like you
Okay,
could
that's fine.
okay.
you could read a story and then Jerry can read, but
Well, I was gonna ask if Jerry would like to read a story. Since you passed. Well, Jerry? You there?
Just so you know, Jerry, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Jerry. I know you said you muted, but are you there to read a
Jerry's
story?
in the bathroom.
Ah,
Yep. Toot toot.
I guess I'll read the story then. Alright, guess I'll read Smile Dog.
Yay. Dog.
Alright, now on to the Smile Dog story. I first met a person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writing gathering information for a few early college assignments, and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business, but at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I listened and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things Mary said had made little sense but fit with the pattern I was expecting, though I could not see her. I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we...
Sorry.
Hmm?
Real quick. You were cutting out really bad. There for a second.
Oh,
If
Streamlabs
you
was
could-
still picking me up. Hold on. Can you still hear me now? Oh, it's because my
Yeah.
fucking mic is unloosening. Stop it, Mike. Alright. Hear me better now?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Alright, on to the continuation of the story. Let's see, where was I? Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased to exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Stop cutting me off, Discord. Sorry about that. Mary E. was a sysop for all Chicago-based bulletin board systems in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg. And her life changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of the estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she was the only one who had spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anomalous, or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in the web-based phenomena. Mary was most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog. The being Smile.jpg is reputed to display try this. What caught my interest was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists, other than as a rumor or hoax. It is unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the /x/-focus paranormal subboard. It is suspected these are fakes because they do not have the effect the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. This purported reaction in a viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded in such disdain, since it is patiently absurd, though depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither Smile.jpg nor Smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia. though the website features articles as such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites as hello.jpg or can't say that. And sorry. And any attempt to create or page pertaining to smile.jpg is similarly deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of smile.jpg showing up in the earliest days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums of humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of smile.dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time epileptic. It is also said that the mid to late 90s that smile.jpg circulated on Usenet as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet, despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to have experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo: a dog-like creature, illuminated by a flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, no attention is given to the dog. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split in a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white teeth. Very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing a picture, but rather a recollection of the victims who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminately, often while victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some instances it is more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not effective medication. That is why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near beginning of March 2008. Dear Mr. L., I am incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer. When you came to interview me, I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realize that I handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I've been haunted by smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I've ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is a scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see the smile.dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I am not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases it demands. and I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received a mail, a millennia envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as the idea disgusted me. What would happen then? Well, Smile that dog kept its word. I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile that dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board when I first encountered Smile.jpg stopped posting. I heard some of them committed auto-homicide. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. The last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile.dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing, was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if I'm not weaker than I, then humanly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile.dog's orders. Stop while you're still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had had auto-homicide. While cleaning up the various things she left behind, closing email accounts, and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He found the diskette he revealed and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted, like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was uncertain about how to respond to this. At first, I thought perhaps it was a joke, with a couple fluidly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of auto-homicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. Subject, Smile. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you are interested in a Smile dog. I have saw it, and it is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here, just spreading the word. Smiley face. The final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attachment called Naturally Smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake. I imagine, and even if it wasn't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E.'s account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patiently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I download the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.Dog came to me in my dreams, demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in till I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I could, the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile Dog. I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that matter? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. And that's it.
This man is a dickhead.
Wait, hold on. I gotta do something real quick.
What?
Hold on.
Say, hold on.
Who the fuck? Who made the original image, though, is the question. Like,
Also, sorry, Hatchet, that I missed your reading. I did not realize
Hatchet didn't read yet.
Oh,
I didn't read.
okay. I was scared when I was in the bathroom again. I missed it.
Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm nearly anti, or just scroll up in Twitch chat.
And there we go. Look at the Twitch stream, everyone.
Oh. Oh, I get it. It's okay, Hatchet.
But yeah, it's okay, Hatchet. It's fair.
damn it, Bright.
Hey, Adurna, did you see a Twitch stream?
Oh no, Bright,
Yep.
you cursed us all. Oh no.
It's just a creepy pasta.
Yeah.
I know.
I want to keep it there for us to stream.
There is something, though, like, really unnerving about that image, though.
Honestly,
I love
you. Like with the story I was writing, and I'm going to have ready by the next story time. I spent like close to an hour just like trying to get inspiration by looking at Trevor Henderson's Instagram account. I am immune to Smile Dog. I have gotten so used to unnerving images that are even more unnerving than that.
Wait, Bookworm says something. If you don't end this video with something about sharing this video, you missed the opportunity. That's perfect.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
Why are all my dogs starving themselves?
Just spread the word. It's a good advertisement.
Do you think there's a creepypasta that's literally just called Your Mom?
No.
But, like, that's, like, surprisingly well made.
Probably not. But anyway, Cheery, it's your turn.
Okay. This is a horror story that I didn't have finished last time, but it's definitely been finished for a while now. Field Trip. I'm scared to read this, but I will do my best. Okay, my best child voice. Let me. I shivered in the cold night, looking towards the sky. It was a regularly cold and cloudy night, which would have been fine if we weren't on a field trip. The teachers tried to say nonsense like the stars being bright, far from the city lights, but how could they tell with the clouds covering everything? My class was on the 4th grade field trip to experience the gold rush. Sounded cool at the time, but it was before I realized there'd be no phone chargers, no computers, no heaters. How are we supposed to go from apartments with heating to this cold middle of nowhere nonsense? These old people have no idea what they're talking about, saying they would enjoy experiencing the way miners did during the gold rush. I rolled my eyes a bit at the thought. This is stupid. My voice was caught quiet in the muttering. There was no point in risking a teacher, one of the parents that came hearing. They probably wouldn't appreciate another kid complaining. Food was being cooked over a big campfire while one kid's grandpa was trying to tell some old stupid stories. He was currently on the tail of something called the jackalopes, but before that he talked about ghosts of miners' dogs, some headless horseman, nonsense with some ranger. The old man was smiling at the fire towards the other kids, some looking interested, but most looked tired or bored. You can probably guess which camp I was in. The jackalope is a creature of the Wild West. It's it's an antelope and rabbit mixed together. Looks like rabbit as big as a horse, but with fierce deer antlers. Fast as lightning and will attack head on if it thinks you're after it. But be careful, they're intelligent and wary. The only thing that will stop an attack is whiskey. So none of you kids start nothing. We've got none of that here, so you'd be done for. The old man looked serious. Man, how did he tell those stupid old people stories without even laughing about how ridiculous they sounded? At least I wasn't the only one who thought that. A few of the others who were around the fire started to laugh. One of the girls even started speaking loudly. There's no way things like that exist. If they did, I'd just kill all of them with rocks. That's so stupid. It's bunnies with antlers. You really expect us to be scared? That was pretty normal behavior for kids who looked like they heard more than enough of random fairy tales of a of random fairy tales to stuff a closet with. However, it was like she triggered something. Multiple voices in the dark started to repeat. You really expect us to be scared? Out in the sandy desert, suddenly no one was laughing anymore. The rabbit leapt up from the dark. It landed next to the fire. Looked like a normal big jackrabbit, except with antlers. Is this a... One boy started to say before the creature jumped towards the kid who spoke last. Before I even knew what was going on, his stomach was impaled by the antlers. Like he had barely a piece of fruit standing up against the chef's knife. The creature pulled out their jagged antlers, eviscerating and dragging parts of the intestines out. And for some odd moment, the boy's stomach looked like it had just plopped open like a balloon. The rest of the organs gave way and ejected the remains of intestines outside his now limp body. He splayed across the sand, mounted by the things that should have definitely stayed within his body. The rabbit's nostrils flared, opened several times as though it wasn't done quite yet, as it then wiped the gore off its antlers across the now motionless body of the victim. Then began to move towards the next person. Run! Someone screamed. I didn't move. They got aggressive easily, right? There had been a lot of voices out there. I didn't want to end up like that kid. I kept still. Their kids started screaming and running. The ones that had been sitting by the fire couldn't get up fast enough. The teachers and parents were trying to say something, about keeping calm, but whatever they were saying wasn't finished. Didn't I didn't look up from the ground to see if anyone was still by the fire. A rabbit jumped into my line of sight, so I closed my eyes. They weren't cowards, right? Maybe this would work. That's when I realized the old guy had been speaking still. How long had he been? He was just repeating the same thing over and over in a calm voice. They won't attack ye. Close your eyes. Talk and stay still. Maybe he was. We had listened to him. Maybe if we had listened to him in the first place, none of this would have happened. Sucks to admit this, but I was crying at this point. Convinced. Even after everything went quiet, I didn't open my eyes. Getting more and more tired wasn't convincing enough either. At some point, I fell asleep, though. Woke up feeling like everything had all been some big nightmare. But for some reason, it felt like I was sitting, like in that horrible dark dream. When I opened my eyes, I saw a jackalope sleeping in my lap. There was still a little blood on its antlers and the bottom of it, the paws. I escaped alive. Did not read it the best, but that's it. Does the child live? Did anyone live? Who knows?
I was just expecting the jackalopes to, like, there to be two jackalopes, and then they get romantic with each other, and then everyone gets struck by fucking lightning.
Actually, sounds
Look,
like a
look,
great
this
story
is
that I would
horror
love
story.
to see.
I think that would just be a comedy story.
There's nothing with comedy.
The fight between the back. It's a fight between the back rooms and the rig.
Please, I want the back rooms.
Well, I want the break.
I'm watching a dog die. A fictional dog.
And I want the tie.
R.I.P. Tiger. The blue six-eyed dog.
Because it's funny.
Read both stories at the same time.
Get an AI to read one of the stories while you read the other.
Commit a crime. Is it
I
immoral to
think
name a
there's
dog
more
Clown?
than I think there's more than one person voting for the back rooms. Oh, no, there's got to be a second person going for the right as well.
These two people voting for the rig.
Two titans.
This would be a much easier system if you just took off the multiple voting.
Yeah, but what's the fun in that, though?
Me not spending all of my channel points.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem.
I'm going to cause you harm.
Cause me what?
Harm.
Oh. What type of harm?
Just harm. Miscellaneous harm.
Not really. I think from these stories, I think my favorite one is still the one with the beetle, like the bugs.
What?
Yeah, that one was fun.
The beetle with the bugs? What?
No, the beetle,
God.
the bugs in the throats.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, here's what you gotta. Yeah, here's what you gotta do. You just make a second poll, set it so that there's like no extra voting, and then see what wins. We should do this actually democratic rather than bright democratic.
That's fair.
We should do
And
this.
if it's even again, then just do the rig.
Hey.
If
That's not
if it's
fair.
okay, if it's even again, me and the child will fight to the death
Wait, what?
That's fair.
No.
to decide which one.
Okay, but like, which way are we fighting to the death, though?
Okay.
We'll do a classic.
Oh my
Keep it
God.
tied. Keep it tied. Keep it tied.
No.
No, I actually voted for the rake. I was the first voter.
It's tied.
Wait, no, Bright. The point was to only do the back rooms and the rake. Can you not follow simple instructions?
If I give you a link, will you vote for one of the stories? No, I was asking Spood if they would vote for on the Twitch stream if I linked them.
Well, considering I didn't listen to any of the stories, I can always vote for a random one.
You know what? Chaos is
Chaos? You want chaos?
well, the poll just ended.
Okay, never mind.
Damn it.
Everyone won.
Everyone won.
Make-
Yay!
Okay, so how are me and Hatchet fighting to the death?
No, we've got
What
it
game?
needs to be like we need to have Bright do it correctly.
Okay, so
I
how are we
say-
fighting to the death, Hatchet? What game?
No,
No.
No,
I want to
stop.
beat you to death.
Okay, so
We
it would be
haven't-
back rooms in the break, or the
Yeah.
two in the poll.
because Bright can't understand basic fucking English apparently.
She can probably.
Bull stuff.
Did you just call it back and rake?
Back and rake.
I mean, it's
That sounds like
accurate.
a weird rap song.
All right, everyone, vote preferably for the rake.
No, you can't sway votes, you little bitch.
What are you talking about? I'm advocating for a particular outcome. That is entirely reasonable and not voter fraud.
You should eat some of
Okay,
elephant.
chaos.
Yeah.
Fair point, I know, but okay. Why do I have so many? Jesus. Are you a Mormon? Oh my God, Hatchet's a
You think-
Mormon. No.
You're
Hatchet.
thinking Jehovah's Witnesses, I think.
No, Mormons
Well,
also do it.
Mormons
Do
also
Mormons
do that.
do that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the poll?
Okay. Question: is mixing stairs in cheese stick a good idea? Is it a good idea to mix a cheese stick with a pair of stairs? Okay.
Not penguin.
Huh?
So today I think will be the
Queen
first
left
and
is organizing.
hopefully last day where I get to explain to a friend. Thank you for covering what I wanted to buy. Apparently my card messed up not because I didn't have enough money, but because my bank is in Florida.
Hmm.
Why is your bank in Florida?
My bank is in
Because-
Florida.
Cause I don't know.
My bank's just in Florida. at the time when I got the bank account, it's like, I need a new bank account. My last one closed like right before I got a job, and my job gave me a temporary bank account. It's like, you can use this, or you can move this to your already existing bank. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to have this be my bank account. And that's where it started.
Mm.
And they
Uh,
just
I verified the account so it would stay mine. The verification process was weird. I used my social security card, my birth certificate, my ID, a few other things to verify photographs of those things, mind you, verify that I was who I said I was.
Hello.
Welcome back.
we're talking about Jerry having a bank that's originated in Florida.
Yes, my bank is in Florida. I don't think they have a physical location in California. I think they
And
just exist in Florida.
And here, you see, and here I thought that Florida banks only worked with gator bucks.
No,
Oh no, they
they work
do.
with
They also
real
work
money.
with gay tour bucks, but that's a different
Gay
thing.
gator bucks?
No, gay
I
tour
just,
bucks.
I just,
Gay
I just
tour
said
bucks.
gay gator butts. What's
Yeah.
wrong with me?
It's midnight or wherever the fuck you live.
It's
Nighttime.
11.
yeah, it's 11.
It is. Oh, it's 1 o'clock for me. Never mind.
Bed penguin, you're a child.
No.
Go to
You need sleep to
go to bed
grow.
so that you will never hear the back rooms.
No. I am
That was
staying awake until the back rooms is red. Fuck you.
okay, everyone. We
My
have to make sure that
dogs
the
just
back
spat
rooms
out a
is the
2.
last song. The last song? The last story read.
The rake
Okay.
voted
I
for
think
anyway.
Hatchet should be the one to go to
Yeah,
sleep.
the
Honestly.
rake was voted for anyway, so it has to go first.
Why should I be the one to go to sleep?
Your brain is not braining good.
Yeah, and I wonder why that
Mm.
is.
First, Spood,
What?
could you get me water?
Maybe later.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
I just realized I was muted on stream.
How?
Fucking like
Professional streamer, everybody.
Shut up, fuck
how
you.
long? How long?
Probably like for like 2 minutes.
Just that entire. No one heard that entire story. I was just about to do my healing spell, and a fucking Forsworn put an arrow between my goddamn eyes. I am upset.
Headshot.
It is okay that Stream missed to that story. They don't need to know about the Floridian Bank.
No, they heard you guys. They just didn't hear me.
Oh, that's weird.
I just
You're obviously a
brain
figment of our imagination.
Well, it's because like yeah, there's two different like
Yeah.
things that go into like the stream thing. There's like an output and there's an input. Input was probably the one that was
That was
like
muted.
yeah.
Anyway,
goddamn
you guys ready?
shit. Fucking dying to a goddamn fucking Forsworn piece of fucking shit.
That's a good thing to tell me you're ready.
Fucking sack of shit. Fucking.
Very strong
I
emotions.
think that's Hatchet for ready.
Yep, anyway. Next story I'll be reading is a very long one. It has multiple stuff in it, called The Rake.
As a side note, the next Forsworn I see is immediately taking an ice spike to the fucking taint.
How do you
Okay.
become a Forsworn?
Anyway. During summer of 2003, Events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparkled brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature was mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions range from extremely traumatic events of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, their memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I have been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A auto-homicide note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life in the car, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him, for once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I woke and saw his form, once again I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awaken to experience. I can never awake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand, I will not sleep. His voice. A Mariner's Log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again, at the request of the rake. From Witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip for Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving. So my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used a moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up to the end of the bed so quickly, his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a man or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me, before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion, right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face.
creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed his hand on his knee and ran into the hallway leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for a light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being in a small town, news got around pretty quickly. Police were helpful at first, then the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believe to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. My journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of the series of visits for the same position. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night for 2 weeks, and I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. But at the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times normal speed. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't even let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke. I was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head made me very upset. I had not seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know he has been in my room while I slept. I know in fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. And that's the Rake.
Kind of boring. Then again, I never heard it before. I just saw the pictures, so I don't know. Weird. Weird.
I remember it being more climactic than that.
Is there like several stories about the Rake, or just this
Maybe.
one?
This is
Maybe.
the
Well,
original.
that's just the original. Like, you gotta keep in mind, the Rake was incorporated into like multiple ARGs, including what's its name? Everyman Hybrid. Like it's a major one. Also, Bright, I sent you a picture of the Rake.
I know.
Is Bright just gonna have a collection of like cryptids on her stream?
Yep, cryptids, creepypastas.
Fair point, yeah.
Well, the Rake technically sort of makes its way into being a cryptid by a technicality because there's like
5 or 6 really stupid people out there who actually deadass believe the rake lives near them. But you know, they're dumb.
Mm-mm.
Why am I getting a Butterfinger ad? Oh my god, PUBG? Butterfinger PUBG ad. Why the fuck?
Why wouldn't you want to run around as a giant Butterfinger in PUBG?
Because why not?
Kinda seems like
Also,
cowardice, not gonna
also,
lie.
so Dragon goes to bed earlier. We're doing Backrooms next.
Yay!
No.
Plus, Backrooms
Drive
isn't that
child of
long.
happiness.
Backrooms isn't long, so.
Hey, okay. Hatchet. Negative. The backrooms is red. Positive, I leave. Is Hatchet thinking?
Maybe.
I have thought about it and I have come to the conclusion that it is better to make you wait longer.
Why?
I don't know. Revenge.
Does anyone else have any stories to read before I read the Backrooms?
And the thing is, I'm still gonna get 8 hours of sleep as long as I go to sleep before
Nah.
2, because I'm planning on sleeping in until 10.
Field Trip was my only horror story. I have dark poems and dark proses, but they're not quite the same as horror stories. They're just dark short stories.
Hmm.
I'm probably more capable of reading now, but now I just don't want to read.
Okay. I guess I'll read the Backrooms then.
You just.
Huh? What was that, Jerry?
Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
Alright. Everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
Fine, ready.
Now. Alright. The next story I'm reading is The Backrooms. It was approximately 12:15 when I entered the Johnson County Community Health Clinic. I was there for an appointment I had set up for weeks ago. Just a routine checkup. It wasn't a new place for me. I had been there a couple of times before. However, the place had an old nostalgic feel to it, as if it were a location from my childhood or something, and I could never pinpoint exactly what this feeling was, or where it came from. As I walked in, an overwhelming feel of deja vu swept over me. The hum of the flickering fluorescent lights, the white tile flooring, the muted beige paint that colored the walls. I noticed that there was a TV mounted in the corner, a smaller flat screen that was playing a short PowerPoint slideshow on a loop of ads and events that were being held by the clinic. I had passed the empty waiting area, a small area of the main room with magazines, children's playthings, and blue cushioned chairs, and approached a woman at the front desk. She was sitting in her bluish-gray office chair, looking at a spreadsheet on the same Windows XP desktop they've had since 2008. There was a sign-in sheet on the counter in front of me. I have an appointment with Dr. Plebens, I asked. What time? 12:30, I replied. She began typing something into her keyboard. Yes, she responded. Gary Johnston? Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll tell the doctor. Please fill this out. She handed me a clipboard, which held a simple fill-out form. I walked back to the waiting area, took a seat, and began to fill out the form. I was about to halfway done with filling in my information when I slumped back in my chair. I hadn't got much sleep the night prior, and I was exhausted. As I slumped back, I noticed something very peculiar. My head never hit the wall. In fact, it felt like it went in. I got up, quite frightened, and looked at the wall. Nothing. Not a single hole or dent had been made in the wall by my head. So I reached out to touch the wall, and my fingers went through it. I was recoiled in shock. What the hell was that? I thought as I reached to touch the wall again, only to find my fingers clipped through it once more. And suddenly I lost my balance and tripped and fell directly through the wall. I fell face first into some dirty tan carpeting. Only getting back up, I realized that I was in a completely different room. Well, not really a room per se. More so a set of rooms, all in which were connected by openings. The walls were covered in gross tan patterned wallpaper. There was also an overwhelming stench of moist carpet. I turned back around and tried to put my hand back through the wall, and it wouldn't go through. Hey, what the fuck? I muttered. I turned back to the room. There was no windows, no doors, nothing on the walls, other than disgusting wallpaper, of course. It was completely empty aside from a singular plastic blue school chair. At this point, the only thing going through my mind was fear, and the repeating thought of "I need to leave" on loop in my head. I started running through the rooms, desperately trying to find an exit, but to no avail. There was no exit. Was this my permanent location till I died? No, there had to be a way out. I wasn't going to be left here, right? Eventually someone would notice I was gone. But nobody did. Then in the distance, I heard footsteps, but not those of a human's. At least, not a normal human. Alongside the footsteps was a gurgling snarl, like that of an angry animal. I began to run. I ran as fast as I could from whatever the hell was approaching me. I didn't want anything to do with it. I ran for what seemed like forever, but I was always back in the same room I started in. At least, it looked like the same room. Not that I could tell them apart. So I sat down, defeated. A feeling of dread filled my body as I started to cry. I was going to die here. I'm still there. I haven't left. I accepted my fate. In fact, I can actually hear footsteps. I wonder who that is. And that's the back rooms.
Imagine going to the doctors and then just phasing through a fucking wall.
Wait, that's actually it?
Yep,
I thought for sure there was more.
this is the original story. That's it. What you're seeing
Huh.
is people taking it more out of context in their own ways. Like making it go further.
Yeah, this was actually pretty amazing back in the day. This was this and the previous stories were considered really extreme for back then when they were written.
Yeah. What you're
Believe it or
seeing,
not.
what you saw now is people just taking it and making it go further in, like theories and stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
like taking the base concept and
Going
know,
with it.
doing more.
Yeah.
Alright, that makes sense.
Yeah. That's the back rooms. Now, I have no idea what the last story is going to be about, but it's called Persuaded.
Okay.
I just realized that one of these Forsworn had been cutting me with just a random kitchen knife. Like, these are guys that operate like bandits in the game. Why are they? Why are they? Why is it just a fucking kitchen knife?
I
Because they
mean,
can.
my little brother cut my little sister with a butter knife.
Is is your
Not
brother
normal.
a
That is not
bandit?
normal.
Maybe I haven't talked to him in years.
Has
Eh,
he become bandit?
I don't know. I
Does
hope
he
not.
does he steal things from the nobles and
Uh,
stick up random civilians of Skyrim and demand their coin purses be handed over?
Maybe.
Anyway.
be right back.
Alright. I guess we'll wait for
Okay.
Jerry to come back.
I fucking love wobble dogs.
Yeah, as a side note, did someone ask how you become a Forsworn earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so the answer to that gets
Mhm.
into, in my personal opinion, the single biggest criticism, uh like major criticism of Skyrim in particular,
Mhm.
because the Forsworn is loosely but notably based upon Native American tribes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way that they handled the Forsworn is pretty much inherently colonialist. Your only options are to side with the Nords that came in and stole their lands, and the Forsworn themselves just operate like bandits and are treated like a pest to be exterminated. Now, you may be wondering, why am I fighting this Forsworn then? That's a good point. My character's not very morally sound. But point being, like, if I remember correctly, the um Elder Scrolls Online does a better job of, fleshing out the Forsworn and not treating them as just another name for bandits. Like, there's entire expansions that focus on the culture of the Forsworn, which is fucking neat. And like the main reason why I like the Forsworn in particular is because they're pretty much the closest thing, if not the single religious organization or religious group within the Elder Scrolls that is fully animistic. They are like entirely focused on a closeness to nature and to the gods that are closest related to nature,
Hmm.
which I personally really like, being an animist.
Yeah.
But yeah, so point being, to be a Forsworn, you need to be born as a Forsworn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You need to be you need to be born into the severely oppressed and persecuted minority.
Why do my dogs keep being born without like the trait of hating food? They need it to survive.
I would imagine it's because they're born into a world as you as their caretaker.
No, I'm not their caretaker. I'm their god. There is a big difference.
Even more reason. An
Also, they are
incompetent
born from eggs.
an incompetent caretaker will fuck up your life. An incompetent god will fuck up your afterlife.
Okay, I remember another story, but I'll say it like when Dragon leaves.
Oh dear.
No.
It's username 666.
Oh yeah.
Can't exactly tell that story with a child present.
Well, my story was already read, so I could just go to sleep now.
If you want, I mean, yeah, I read the backrooms.
Yeah.
You could stick around until 2.
Yeah. What time is it? Okay,
Yeah,
it's
it's-
almost 1:30.
Yeah, it's almost 1:30. We're waiting for Jury anyway.
My dogs keep shitting out capsules. Is that normal?
No.
Like capsules with like giant stuff inside of them.
No.
Well, it's
Like a broken down car.
well,
Specifically
it
birds.
sounds about normal that game.
Yeah.
They also shout out a book stack, a potted plant, a covered chair, an entire trash can, a radioactive barrel, a gravestone, a landing module,
What's going on?
a chair, armchair specifically, a eyeball jar,
We'll talk
and
about dog
stand.
shit.
What
Yeah,
about
is it, okay, Jerry? Is it normal for my dogs to shit out eggs? and capsules
No.
like a burned car. Then again, okay, the thing is though, this game makes it very clear and like specifies, do not feed the dog. These dogs are not real dogs. Please, they're fictional dogs. Please do not feed them like burritos and shit. It has to specify.
Yeah.
No, it's still not normal. That game's just weird.
Also, Jerry, I remembered another story I want to say when Dragon's Gone, which is username 666.
How bad is it from a rating of like 1 to 10?
It's more of the horror on the gory side.
Oh.
Like heavy gore.
It's gore, horror, and if I remember correctly, there are not safe for work
Yeah.
things that pop up in describing it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yep.
And
Don't get
by
yourself
not
banned
safe
off
for
of
work,
Twitch, Bright.
and by
I'll
not safe for work, and by not safe for work, I mean not safe for work in comparison to gore.
Yeah.
Oh wow! I thought this was peach pudding, but it's just cut up peaches in a little cup.
I'm thinking like Jerry's reacting to my bringing up like some of like vague specifics about username 666, and then it's just talking about peaches.
Yep.
Peaches are delicious.
I got these peaches around a lot of Japanese pudding.
Ah.
Only it's not pudding.
Also, I've never heard of.
and
Oh. Hatchet.
and Jerry, all that you actually missed was me going on a tangent about one of the most yikesy cultural like colonialist takes that shows up in the lore of the Elder Scrolls.
Oh, what is it?
I.e., I was you have played Skyrim, right?
No.
No? I was talking about the way that the Forsworn is portrayed. Because the
what?
Forsworn the
Oh.
Forsworn. Yeah, because at pretty much every culture, like every major grouping of people in the game, are based upon a different real world culture, and the Forsworn is roughly based upon Native American tribes. And the way that they handle the Forsworn as Skyrim is by
Which
basically
tribe?
just
Because all of them are extremely different.
well, you don't expect them to actually pick up on that. Like it's loosely based upon like the Native Americans, basically, which is already a problem.
Someone who's
But
Blackfoot.
I don't think Hatchet knows
I did
which.
not know that.
I don't think Hatchet knows which.
Yeah,
Native American.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know which Native American tribes it's based on. All I really know is that I'm very confident that if not Native American tribes, just in general animistic cultures is what they were basing it on. And the Forsworn are basically just in Skyrim itself treated as barbarous reskinned bandits to go out and kill. Like it very much takes the side of the colonialist Nords who have come in and stolen all of their land, basically.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
Like,
getting angry. Eat this very jiggly looking yuzu candy.
Well, I know how I can cheer you up, Jerry. I can read a story I've never heard of before called Persuaded. Apparently, it's heavily high rated. So
that sounds awesome.
I
Imagine you start reading
apologize
it and
for
automatically
making.
have to
I
start
apologize
censoring
for.
shit.
I apologize for giving you information that make you angry.
yeah, but anyway, everyone ready?
Make me angry. I don't even know if you knew I was part Blackfoot.
Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right. Next story I'm reading is Persuaded.
Actually, wait, sorry,
Huh?
just before you start. I think the best way to describe how the Forsworn are depicted is that one. It's what I would imagine someone who wanted to make a group of people based upon Native Americans, and their entire frame of reference is living in New York City and not talking to any differing tribes of Native Americans, only drawing from general white stereotypes of Native Americans. It's the
Oh,
best way to
well,
put it.
that's depressing, and I'm glad I've never played it.
Yeah, that it's depressing. As far as I know, like in some other games, they like go more into it and discuss the the animism that exists within uh the Forsworn as a society, and like in ESO you actually end up actively working with some Forsworn tribes. So like it's not holistically bad throughout the entire series, but in Skyrim in particular, they they meh. They were
Mhm.
they did a heckin' yucky.
Oh
Alright.
yeah. Well, like Skyrim itself is just kind of like yucky anyways. Like
Mm,
the whole premise of like just you have to choose between two like incredibly imperialistic, incredibly like corrupt
Well,
forces.
at least
oh,
they aren't like that one guy that I told I was part Blackfoot, and he said, "Aren't they part of the Cherokee tribe?" Which, no, they are not. And I told him that, and he said, and this was after he said, "Yeah, they're part of the Cherokee," and like I think he said Mississippi or something. Which, no. And it made me wonder if he thinks every tribe is just a subcategory of Cherokee, and I'm just upset about that.
trying to think. Wasn't the Cherokees like originally like in the Georgia area?
So he doesn't even know. Never mind.
I may be misremembering shit.
I don't know if you are or aren't, but if you are remembering it correctly, that would be another point against him. I'm not
Yeah,
part Cherokee, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
yeah,
Anyway.
if I remember correctly, like one of the major tribes that got affected by uh um Andrew Jackson's piece of shit ass during the Trail of Tears would have been the Cherokee, if I remember correctly.
Almost every single tribe was affected. The Trail of Tears was less one trail and more multiple trails of bloodshed and tears and death.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, like I'm not saying it was like just like one tribe, but like what I mean is like
I think
at
you'd
the
have an easier time finding out the tribes who weren't connected to the Trail of Tears rather than ones that were, because
yeah,
there were
true.
so many.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Basically, I'm just like trying to think like the tribes that were actively being ousted from their land in uh
Quite a few tribes being ousted.
well yeah, but I mean like in that like lower like Georgia in that area of the country region
The
is what I'm
the part that was just in Georgia, not the other parts who were being ousted around the same time.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, I'm talking about that general region of the country. The word slips my mind. The East Coast.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't I wasn't saying it was just I'm I'm not in the
of
headspace to
anything, I'm
properly talk.
sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, are we ready to start the
I'll
story
talk
now?
about it. Sorry if I caused any discomfort for everyone.
You did not.
You're good, Hatchet.
You are awesome, Hatchet. You are good.
Alright.
Yeah.
If I get aggressive with my talking about that, it's at the history, and you are not one of the people who did the history.
Yeah, it's basically like when I have these conversations, a part of me is wanting to like try to describe what I remember, but also I'm extremely hesitant because, well, pretty much all of my knowledge about the topic is sourced from the very little that was talked about in our fucking whitewashed ass history class. So it's probably misremembered, and it's misremembering shit sources. Either way.
Yeah. Let's
Now let's
yeah.
I was gonna make the joke. Sorry, Bright. Let's take a step away from real world horror and focus on fictional horror, please.
Yes.
Fictional horror is a lot less terrifying.
Anyway,
Yeah.
onto the story. Persuaded. It's been 2 weeks since this whole thing started. It all started with a tanker accident. It was all over the news. Everyone thought it was just another oil spill. There were plenty of volunteers, plenty of people wanting to help the poor, defenseless animals. Plenty of victims. Within hours of the tanker accident, it started happening. The animals had gone crazy. They were scratching and biting the cleanup volunteers. They said it was all an adverse effect to whatever was in that tanker. Rescue workers were still trying to get the crew out of the ship. They could hear screaming inside. There were screams to open the doors, but that's when it all went to hell. As soon as they cut the door out. There were 6 minutes of broadcast before it went silent. 6 minutes of screaming and agony. The ship crew attacked the rescue workers like rabid baboons. They were breaking bones and tearing flesh. The people on the shore weren't feeling any better. Those that had been attacked by animals were attacking everyone else. It was worse than any war zone report. It was sheer brutality, and yet the broadcast still went on for 6 minutes. There were 6 minutes and then blank faces. Nobody could explain what was happening. They tried to continue with the regular news, the economy, the weather, and a cute human interest story, but they couldn't make us unsee what we saw. I tried to continue with my regular existence, but every time I switched on the news or walked by a newsstand, it was there. This big mystery. They had some explanations. It was an infection, or maybe brain parasites, but it didn't matter. It wasn't the infection we were afraid of. It was them. 4 days after the initial report, a state of emergency was raised, and yet we've all seen this before. It's in every zombie movie ever. People didn't know who to trust. People were stockpiling food and weapons. Some tried to flee, but it seems every zombie movie was right. They didn't make it. 3 days later, they arrived in my town. I expected moans, shuffling corpses, and dismemberment, but that's where the movies lied. They ran through the streets screaming. I remember running to my front door as fast as I could, locking, barricading, and doing anything to make sure it would stay shut. Then headed for a window. I was on the second story, and I could see the carnage. They were unstoppable. They were aware. A group of them made their way through a building across the street. They jumped straight through plate glass windows. Even the shards slicing through them made no difference. They just kept coming. My barricade wasn't going to hold. I rushed around my flat, grabbing supplies and jamming them into the most secure room of the flat. I went back for one last look across the street, and I wish I hadn't. In my second story window, my face met with one of theirs. They knew where I was. I quickly dashed into the room and locked the door. I didn't have any kind of panic room or secure basement, so the safest place I could think was my bathroom. There were no windows and only one door. It had a lock. I had filled my sink and bathtub full of water, so I could stay for a while. I sat there in the dark room with the distant screams in my ears. I began to feel like I may have overreacted.
It had been 2 hours with no sign of them. It actually got quieter, and I thought they had moved on. Maybe I could leave the room and get to the kitchen. I could grab some more food to wait it out. A crash came through the front door. There was the sound of someone running full force into the door and knocking down the barrier behind it. There were a couple more crashes before I knew they were inside. There were rapid footsteps moving around the flat, a couple of screams, and then a bang on the wall beside me. My eyes were open to the widest, even the pitch-black darkness of the room. There was another bang, then another. Then they knew I was there, and they knew I was scared. This was a zombie nightmare I had been expecting from the start. I had nowhere to run. There was only so much time before they would break in. I sat with my back to the door, hoping my extra weight would make it harder for them to get in. Then it got worse. "Why don't you open the door?" There was a voice on the opposite side of the door. There were no screams or moans, just a quiet, whispery voice. Then more of them. "We've come for you. You'll be happier if you open the door. It's not so bad." The whispering voices became a cacophony of noise, trying to persuade me, to break me, to fool me. I had heard that the moaning of zombies would drive people insane, but this was worse. A siren call. I sat in the darkness and hoped and prayed that they would get bored, but they don't get bored, and they don't leave. I managed to use the mirror to peek under the door, only to be greeted by horrible, unblinking eyes, blood-smeared faces, screams, and more horrible whispers. That was 2 days ago. I don't know what to do anymore. Maybe it won't be so bad. And that's Persuaded.
Jeepus.
I mean, at that point, I think it's just better to goddamn open the door. I ain't
You'd
seen.
rather die and become a unblinking zombie of abomination.
I mean, yeah. Genuinely, I would rather be eaten by zombies than trapped in that tiny room for that long, hearing that creepy ass voice.
Yeah. You know what would be even worse though if it sounded like a fucking family member though.
Yeah.
Like the worst things to ever hear in like horror and shit is little girl voices and family members.
Yeah.
Always the scariest shit.
Real life is the most horrifying thing in the world.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And knowing that Jerma is
Yeah.
not okay. Actually, no. Hatsune Miku is horrifying.
What?
Not actually, but like
She's a Floyd.
she's everywhere. Like I'm
That-
not actually scared of Hatsune
what?
Miku, but she's like in a concept. Hatsune
She's
Miku is kind of
popular.
scary.
She's popular. That doesn't make her
That would be
scary.
like getting upset if Goku was suddenly everywhere.
Right.
Hmm.
Or if it was Luffy. Or if it was like Naruto.
My final story I can't say in front of the child. So does anyone have
Yeah.
anything to say? Before.
So this entire like
I thought I had something to read earlier, but then I realized no, I had not saved it in DeviantArt, so it is gone. At some point, I had written a poem about child murder.
Looks
It's a
like
fun topic.
looks like Jiri also got went through the same thing that I went through for a couple months when I thought Fire Red Emblem was some different person, but no, it was Bookworm. Jerry, you're not the only one. I also didn't realize that was Bookworm either.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Why? The fuck?
Hatchet.
I do have 4 short stories about
Ooh.
4 different sins. Greed, uh, sloth, lust, and wrath.
I don't think we can say the lust one from the child, but the others seem fine.
Ooh, I want to hear the last one.
No, you're not.
Oh,
No, no,
You did
no.
not get to hear about the non-binary lust. They're non-binarily out of your league. You're not old enough. You are not old enough for non-binary lust.
Yeah, it's true that it's fair bookworm, but here's the thing: it will always be a meme that I was too stupid to realize for a few months that you were a bookworm. It will always
They
be a
weren't
meme.
bookworm for longer. So yeah, I guess it's greed, sloth, and wrath. Pick one.
Wrath.
Sloth.
All right, the child it is.
Wait.
You're about to read it, Jerry?
Yeah,
All right, everyone ready?
the picture, but for some reason, did DeviantArt like? There we go.
Everyone ready?
First, here is the picture that goes with it. There we go. There used to be a bigger version, but it seems like DeviantArt deleted the full size. I don't know why.
All right,
Well,
Bright.
it didn't delete the
If
full
that's,
version, then why isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that that's a transparent image. Uh,
Yes.
I would like to humbly ask that you place that so that the crescent moon is encasing the rake's head on stream. Thank you very much.
But it would look weird because the character would also be there.
Yes, the character would be staring at the rake.
Oh yeah, Hatch. I think I'm gonna send you a funny turf thing.
Oh,
Now I'm going to read the story about the kid of sloth and greed, which is wrath. I mean, okay. I don't think this counts as a horror story, but it's at least not like sweet. Once
Alright.
upon a time, there was a little girl. She had blonde hair and large orange eyes. With such long hair and cute dresses as she, nobody could see the spotted marks on her skin or the tail behind her, or even the rounded canine ears that hid beneath those thick locks. Her angelic smile hid the sharp teeth and strong jaws. The guiltless spirit gave a sad look to the teacher, shedding her crocodile tears. Around her feet was broken toys. She had found with them, broken around her, toys that belonged to other children in the school. The teacher, of course, let her off the hook. The guiltless father was a very wealthy man that spent all his time earning money despite having more than enough. Her mother was a man who ignored reality, thinking the internet was the only true reality. This meant at home nobody was watching her or paying her any attention or caring for her. The teacher had seen such parenting system with straight children too, so she knew the guiltless was just lonely. This was what the teacher thought when looking to the innocent looking spirit's face. The guiltless nodded as she started back towards her seat, away from the cubby hole area. I don't think friends are going to fix her anyway. In truth, she did this because in the morning during class, some of the other students had started picking on her. They deserved to pay, right? The teachers had ignored her when she told them to. Someone had to get them to learn their lesson, right? To come early from recess to break their toys was a good start, but not enough. They were always picking on her. If it wasn't for one thing, then it was another. They didn't want to pay for their crimes. They shouldn't have committed them to begin with. Tease her, bully her for not being like everyone else or because of who her parents were. They had no right to be so mean. Guiltless wiped away her tears as she sat on her desk. School continued. The kids, instead of stopping their teasing, got worse because she had broken their toys. How dare they? This would just continue on as bad as every other day, like every other school she had ever gone to, right? She would make them pay for their crimes. Nobody has the right to get away with this. After school, they threw dirt and rocks at her because she had started walking home. She would make them pay and felt not a shred of guilt for her thoughts. She was punishing them after all. All bad people needed to be punished. Getting home, she did as she always did, took a bath, did her homework, and made dinner for herself and her mother. She spoke to her mother over her laptop. It was the only real way to bond with him. It made her feel his love at least in some form. Not a good parent. Mother also couldn't stand the cruel world as well, only she wouldn't hide away forever like he did. When it was around midnight, the 7-year-old left the house in a cute little dress and shoes. It was time to do what had to be done, right? One by one, she went to each of the homes to the kids that bullied her so terribly. One by one, she killed each person in the home, washed up, then went to the next home. She knew not pity nor guilt. Why would she? They were in the wrong, not her. They deserved to die, to watch their family die, then to be the last one. Each child pleas were like musicals to her ear. How did she kill them? With her claws and teeth that could snap every bone. After she put their corpses into the fireplace and took the bones with her afterwards. Getting home, she was humming joyfully. With all these bones, she could make a lot of nice soup for mother, or maybe grind it up and give it to father to sell. She loved it when she could see her father. Yes, that's what she would do. Next day at school, the class went on as normal. Rumors spread, fear spread of missing families. People still picked on her. Day by day, the class became more and more empty each day until no more children picked on her. Not in class or the playground, not before or after school. That was because they were all punished by her. School had gotten more quiet. Other kids always used to make fun of her, but who was laughing now? Beware of the guiltless spirit, for she is easy to succumb to. It's easy to give in to the wanting revenge when you've been wronged. But wrath is never the answer to a problem. There's always other ways. Life is much easier if you use patience and understanding, giving into the flares of anger or rage that can easily twist one into taking life.
So is the moral? Oh wait, no, I what? Wait, what? I thought I was muted.
No, you were never muted. No, I was the only one
Oh,
muted.
damn.
Well, continue with what you were saying. The moral of the story.
Yeah.
I suppose the moral of the story is that I guess the story was the tiny murder child the whole time. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
The moral is don't be like the hyena child that's very adorable but will murder you if you speak badly about her or her parents. Don't be over wrathful.
The moral of the story is keep an eye on your goddamn children.
No.
That's actually very valid. If her parents were keeping a better eye on her, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Alright, Dragon.
Is that gonna be a hyena child?
Maybe.
Yes, that was a hyena child. She was a hyena. She killed her enemies.
Hmm.
Hey, Dragons. It's pretty much 2 o'clock. Go to bed.
Okay.
Run,
Are you
cover,
with the hyena girl?
run. Shield your baby eyes. Cover your child
What?
ears.
I
I
was
don't have
asking if
baby
you were
eyes.
vibing with the hyena girl.
I don't have baby eyes. You have baby eyes.
Go to sleep.
You're a child, so.
Then I have child eyes.
Hmm.
I don't. I think you're too old to have child eyes at this point. You
I
have
have dead
teenager eyes.
Teenager eyes.
Did they silence him? Them?
I don't think so.
No.
No, as in like they're being quiet now.
I'm
I'm checking stuff before I go to sleep. What mail things do I have?
I can make silver armor. I forgot that I have that.
It's weird.
Go to bed.
Yes, go to
One
bed.
moment. One moment. Bop, 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 bop.
I
Bop,
feel
bop,
like
bop, bop,
silver
bop, bop.
armor wouldn't be a very good idea in reality.
Yeah, no, probably not. Well,
Also,
good night.
Hatchet, that was actually a really good moral I never thought about until you brought it up. Another one is watch your damn kids. That wouldn't have happened if her parents watched her more.
Moral of the story is seek therapy.
You know what? That too. Penguin's gone, so
Everyone, I am proud to announce that I now have silver armor.
Oh my god.
I have no idea what that means, but I clap.
It means that I have armor that is made out of silver. And it looks fucking awesome.
Okay, this person's a turf cell.
Anyway,
A turf cell?
Oh, Dragon's gone. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Two.
So she's a turf who believes in the alpha beta sigma bullshit or whatever the fuck there. Yeah.
Yes. Are you ready for username 666?
Sure.
Sure.
I guess we kind of needed that laugh before this.
Yeah. Warning ahead of time for anyone listening. It gets really gory.
Mhm.
Alright.
Warning ahead of time. 666. Why am I warning against that? Because conservative Christians tend to be weird.
Anyway, on to the story. YouTube is a remembered piece of history. Back then, in 2006, not much was known, and all that you can see in a community were just people uploading cat videos. But one particular user has caused enough controversy to be called the channel that had posted a ton of gore videos and blood videos that the user was recently removed for playing with the TOS, but it can still be accessed. One day, a person on YouTube has posted their experience with the channel from the defunct blogging website. I worked for YouTube during 2006. I was a busy worker, and I recently upload videos here. But I didn't know that some of the YouTube moderators suspended a YouTube account. I told them what it was, but they wouldn't want me to. I was wondering why I wasn't allowed to go on that page, rather than what it was. But just then, one of the moderators handed me a piece of paper with a writing on it. It was a link. He pleaded me not to ask about the secret username ever again. The link was a YouTube user link. It said www.youtube.com/666. I went home after work and typed it in on my computer. I found out that the account was suspended, so it's no worry. Then I refreshed the page several times. Some things changed. All the video tags turned into letters, X666, and every single text in the screen said 666. I thought someone was hacking my computer, but I denied it and then refreshed it. Just then, a channel popped up. It was 666 channel. I looked at some of the videos. Most of them are crazy. One video contained 4 babies twisting their head. Another video shows swirling graphics. I decided to get off the video and went to another one, but a blank pop-up was shown. I clicked the blank button and it took me to another video by 666. The video was shown a woman drowning in a blood pool and disgusting things happening. I thought it was disgusting, so I decided to pause the video. It didn't let me, because it wasn't responding. I decided then to close Internet Explorer. It wouldn't budge. I also tried another video too, but it didn't work either. I thought there was no way out until I thought, shutdown button, of course. I decided to shut down my computer so that the virus wouldn't get through my computer again, but the button wouldn't work. Shutdown buttons respond all the time. I knew that I was hacked. All hope was lost. I couldn't get out of the Explorer, and the video just kept going on and on, and there was nothing to stop me. The girl in the video kept staring at me, looking at me with random sounds and beatings playing. Just then, the woman from the video's hand popped out of the video and crashed my Internet Explorer. After a few days, I was recently fired after going through the horrid experience within 666 channel. That's when I thought of this. Could this actually been made by the devil? Was it a joke to scare YouTubers? Either way, this myth was very mysterious. I haven't gone through sleep after watching these videos. I wonder who made them. This blogspot was then defunct after 2 days when the blog was done. When anyone enters the blog, a message will pop up saying, removed by admin, error code 666. The blogger has sent me his experience by mail, asked me to post this on this website. He also left a note. Never go, nor refresh username 666. Once you have finished, it will never stop. It won't come out. I hope no one has ever tried this. It returns. So you think you've seen the last of 666, right? Wrong. It seems the 2010-2012 username 666 has been found, and so far it does not sound fake, nor is it made by Nana. Username suspended 666 account, created by unknown. Fake so far. No, not a chance. Date created October 2nd, 2010. Recent incidents, none to share. And that's it.
Yeah, just like one of those really classic SCPs.
Classic
Creepypastas.
SCP.
It's
They-
like one of those older, really classic creepypastas where the bar was set at squeamish. Give me a moment. I need to go capture a cricket.
They do have videos that I will be trying to see if I can put into a YouTube video because
You're loud son of a bitch.
I've seen other creepypasta YouTubers have these videos in their videos, so it should be fine. So I'll have to edit those in. But yeah, Jerry, you said you had your last 3.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, you said you had your last 3 stories to say.
Oh, you want the other sins?
Yeah, but before we do, for a second there, Bookworm, I thought you said you looked up the URL and it works, and I was about to get worried.
I captured the loud son of a bitch.
Would you like greed, sloth, or lust? Would you like to know about Guiltless's fathers?
Let's hear lust.
Okay, not a parent, but still good, I
Okay.
guess. They're still a sin. I can't exactly call them a good person.
Are they horny incarnate?
I think I will read the story. Here's the picture that comes with it. Yes, it's G-rated. I found a way to make a lust picture G-rated.
Alright, hold on.
That is either a loincloth or the world's most ragged dick.
Called hair. Hair.
Oh, hair. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Remember, I had to silhouette that, so I couldn't detail the hair from their head that well. You can't not silhouette lust without features coming out that you don't want to draw.
Yeah.
Because at one point, DeviantArt was more, well, there was a point they actually had rules. So, ready for lust?
I suppose.
Yeah.
The sleeper looked to the paper. So one of these creatures were still alive, a mother full of life inside her and possibilities. But this is not what the spirit was interested in. Fish that gave such life had to have something in their body to produce youth. This person was already as beautiful as they could be, even having deceptively white wings. They were perfect anyway, now weren't they? It gave those that laid with the illusion that there was a pure virgin being pushed against the silk sheets. Each person so eager to be pleasured, thinking it was free, they would lose their souls at the end. It is a sleeper who is pleasured as well as pleased, getting what they want and need. Hutch is so addicting, as it is that euphoric release that comes along. Why hold back or treat it special? Just another thing you can do with the body. Thinking is overrated. Let the lust, passion, and instincts shut your thoughts off for a bit of leave for one of the best memories. If it wasn't better than the memories of your wedding or birth of your child, you wouldn't be in bed with me, now would you? Men and women deep inside are unloving creatures, lust that will fall to the knees and degrade themselves for even a small taste of the flesh paradise. This was just a bit of what the spirit thought. The world runs on sex. That was their thought. It was a playground for the beautiful and skilled enough to earn. The winged person reached their phone in the nightstand. dialing in the number, then waiting. Didn't take much convincing to get them willing to try to make something from the oil, but they would need something to supply the fish. The sleeper knew just who to tell them who would bring it. After that call, the spirit made another. This was to the hunter, but the man's boyfriend picked up instead. And get their feathers ruffled, since this was easy enough to just leave the message and hang up. There was no if the job in the job offer. If there was no in the job offer, the hunter took any job as long as you paid them enough. For the price of beauty, the sleeper would pay any price. To be something others lust for, you need to be a feast for the eyes and beauty. A knock hit upon the spirit's door, so early, but any hour was a good hour. From the bed they walked to the door. This person was a stranger to the sleeper, yet they still were lured to the bed to strip away the clothing and reason. Sounds of pleasure to screams and silence. Their soul and life was of course the price they paid for the sleeper for fun. After all, the spirit needed their youth retained. Beauty's what lured the people to the bed. Love? Just a pretty imaginary word to the spirit people use to make themselves feel better after paying to be in their bed. So love was what drew you from your spouse and children? How laughable. Spirit took the person's corpse for dragging it over to the fireplace and feeding its body to the flames. He wasn't young enough for the spirit's taste to cut open and milk the blood out for the baths. Outside the doors, the sleeper could hear the voices. Many, many. Oh, another day of having their pick of the litter. They were so glad the world had lost all shame once and had fallen to the flames. Spirit walked to the door, shooing all the men and women to stand in the yard, wearing only transparent violet silk that hung on their body, as if ready to fall off. The spirit spread their body in the display to their followers. The dreamer's home was a temple where they were worshipped as if they were a creature of heaven. Incense burned at both sides, and pillars stood strong. Oh, yes, who needs gods or goddesses or lords from above when you have sex to worship? The sleeper can easily trick anyone in its grasp. The only thing that matters is lust and beauty to keep others lusting after you. Group by group, the dreamer intends to take all of them to their bedroom. By the end of the day, the spirit would still have enough blood for a grand bath. I'm sure that one comes with a moral. Maybe it's be loyal?
The moral of the story is, fuck around and find out? I don't know.
That feels a little literal. That feels a bit literal.
I didn't even think of it that way, but that's perfect. Oh yeah, the moral of the story is fuck around and find out.
Bookworm says, "Don't be too horny."
Are you talking about Pika?
Oh my god! Pika's not even here to test
Listen.
that.
Listen, Bookworm. I've got a simple answer for you. No. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Maybe the moral is rather than like, I don't know if there's a moral. It's a horror story of if you sleep with the wrong person, you could die, which I guess is technically valid anyway in real life. For Pretend I didn't say that.
The moral of the story is, don't stick your dick in crazy.
What the fuck?
This is
Were
a
they sticking
non-gendered.
their dick in, or was the dick going in them?
You'll never know.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say that's not the best analogy or the best statement given the many ways that sex can be done. New moral of the story. Fuck around and find out.
I guess that's what happens when you make lust a, no- a non-binary person. It's like, what part do you think is gonna happen in this? It's like, fuck around and find out.
Exactly.
I don't think that's a person you want to find out from.
Mhm.
Their beauty, of the dove lust is not beauty enough, unless you really want to have a fun time for a few minutes before dying.
Well,
Unless you have enough youth to like last a few hours or something. Youth, stamina, both.
Hey, Jerry.
Anyway,
I have a question for you. Do you want to say that your next two stories for another stream, or you want to keep going?
this is your stream.
I mean, we've been going for 4 hours. We can stop now if we like. We don't have enough to go for 5 hours. Be
Read
fair.
a little longer. I still have greed and sloth. But that could also happen in the next stream for
Yeah.
the stories, but that might be a long time.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. I mean, I haven't done the schedule for August yet. Because Momo hasn't given me an answer on when they'll be available.
Do you want to save sloth and greed for then?
I guess so. Yeah.
Oh.
I have a feeling that once I flesh out my story, it's going to be decently long.
That's fair.
I will simply give y'all a sneak peek and then say no more. The inspiration for my story came from two things. One, Trevor Henderson monsters. And two, a combination of two of my favorite songs from Attack on Titan coming up while I was looking through Trevor Henderson monsters, which is a combination of the songs. I think it's Eclipse and Call to You, something on those lines. And they are the two theme songs of the two lesbian characters in the story. Well, I think one of them might be bi, but point being, a gay combination song. That inspired my story.
Oh, so, anyway. Nice. Anyways, Jerry, last words.
Apparently, the dove is more evil than the hyena.
Right? Adurna, last words, go.
Subscribe, follow, subscribe, support Brian on Ko-fi if you can, and braid is a bird.
Alright. Bookworm, last words, go.
Oh my
Bookworm
god.
can't speak.
Well, their chat message will show up. Well, not. Bookworm's kind of order like, what the fuck? I can't redeem this, so yeah.
Oh no, Jerry.
Oh yeah, Jerry doesn't know if sound alerts are turned off because of the horror string, so it doesn't interrupt anyone.
Damn. I feel robbed.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Give my points back.
I'll find out how. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it. I'll find out how. Anyway, Hatchet. Last words, go.
And remember, kids, fuck around and find out.
Oh,
What the fuck? Anyway, I hope you D-Class enjoyed, and see you next time for next experiment, and I will be rating someone.
Every time I say fuck around and find out, the only thing that comes to mind is just a picture of an alligator. Because I think I first saw that phrase